Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Forgotten Tracks, Haunting Presence Below. I never expected a subway platform to feel lonely in the middle of a weekday afternoon. I'd come down here mostly out of boredom, maybe a little stubbornness, and the vague pull of urban legend. West End Station had been shuttered for nearly 2 decades, closed off after a series of accidents and budget cuts. Rumors said it was haunted, ghosts, lost souls, the usual nonsense. I never bought into that stuff, but there was something about the way the city forgot this place that intrigued me. It was a hidden pocket of silence, a forgotten pause in the endless rush of commuters. My boots echoed on the tiled floor as I stepped off the cracked platform. The faint smell of mildew tickled my nose, mixed with the sharp tang of rust. The walls were scrawled with graffiti, faded to near invisibility, but there were newer marks too, fresh scratches and smudges that didn't belong to any tagger I'd seen before. I crouched to examine one, a crude symbol, scratched into the plaster with what looked like a fingernail. I ran my fingers over it carefully, the edges rough and raw beneath my touch. The silence pressed in close. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale air thick against my tongue. Somewhere, a pipe clanged, sending a hollow reverberation through the tunnels. I wanted to tell myself it was nothing. Just the building settling. Just the city breathing. But then I heard it. A faint shuffle, like something dragging lightly on the concrete somewhere deeper in the station. I froze. My breath hitched and fogged the collar of my jacket. Another shuffle. Slow. Deliberate. Too measured for a rat. I wasn't alone. I told myself to stay calm. I told myself it was probably some homeless person. There were stories of squatters in the old tunnels, people who preferred the cold silence to the chaos above. That made sense. It had to be that. Not ghosts. Not monsters. Just a person. Still, my steps slowed. I leaned closer to the wall, the rough plaster scraping my palm. The sound came again, a soft scrape, but this time closer, from the direction of the maintenance corridor that branched off behind the platform. A draft stirred, carrying a faint smell of smoke and something else, something burnt, like charred paper. My pulse quickened, but I kept my voice low, almost a whisper. Hello? No answer. Just that scrape again. I swallowed the lump in my throat and took a cautious step forward. The corridor was narrower, the walls closing in, paint peeling in long strips. The dim light barely reached past the first few feet, and I fumbled for my phone, flicking on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a tangled mess of cables and broken pipes. Then I saw it. A small pile of belongings huddled in the corner, an old backpack, a crumpled blanket, and a half-empty water bottle. Fresh footprints marred the dust around it, leading deeper into the darkness. I wasn't imagining it. Someone had been here recently. My hands trembled slightly as I debated what to do. I wanted to turn back, but something kept me rooted in place. Curiosity? Foolishness? A stubborn refusal to be scared off by a few shadows? I stepped closer, the floor gritty beneath my shoes. The smell of smoke grew stronger, mingling now with the metallic stench of something else. Oil? Something chemical? I wrinkled my nose, the air thick and heavy, settling in my lungs like it might never leave. Then I heard it again. A soft, deliberate footstep. Somewhere just beyond the reach of my light. I spun around, heart thudding, but the tunnel was empty. Just empty. A cold draft whispered past my ear, carrying a faint, almost mocking laughter. Or maybe it was just the wind. I wasn't sure anymore. I wanted to believe it was nothing, that I was imagining things. But the backpack wasn't left by accident. The footprints weren't old. And that laughter, well, I wasn't sure if I had heard it, but if I had, it was enough. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and took a slow step back toward the platform. The wall seemed to close in a little more, the shadows stretching longer, darker. I tried to shake off the feeling that I was being watched, but it clung to me like a second skin, cold, prickly, impossible to ignore. As I reached the platform edge, I glanced down the tunnel leading back to the surface. The rusted gates were still locked, but I could see the faint glow of daylight beyond. Safety. Normalcy. The world above where nothing moved like a ghost in the dark. Yet, the station whispered promises I couldn't quite refuse. There was more to discover. Something hidden beneath layers of dust and silence. Something waiting. I didn't know it then, but the maze of tunnels was already watching me back. And whatever was down here had been waiting for the right moment to close in. A sudden clatter echoed from deeper within the shadows, sharp and deliberate. My breath hitched as the silence fractured, replaced by a slow, dragging shuffle. The air grew colder, heavy with the scent of decay and something metallic, blood, perhaps. I forced my legs to move forward, drawn by a mixture of dread and curiosity. Every step seemed to awaken the station itself, its secrets stirring in anticipation. The clatter echoed again, snapping me out of the haze that had settled after I'd reached the platform edge. I knew I should have turned back. The locked gates leading up to daylight were a promise I couldn't ignore. But the station, with its oppressive silence and the way shadows clung to every corner, had already wrapped its fingers around me. There was a story here. Something that didn't belong in the daylight. And I was stupid enough to want to find out what. I took a step forward, the concrete floor uneven beneath my boots. A faint scraping noise answered me from the far end of the tunnel, low and rhythmic, like dragging something heavy. My pulse quickened. I told myself it was probably debris or a rat. I know how that sounds. But as I moved deeper into the tunnel, the air, cold and heavy with silence, grew colder still, colder than the damp should have made it. My breath came out in uneven bursts, white mist vanishing into the stale underground. The flashlight flickered. I cursed under my breath and tapped it against my palm until the beam steadied. The light landed on something odd, a circle of dirt disturbed in the dust, as if someone had been kneeling there recently. Around it, scraps of paper. Yellowed, torn, but definitely not old enough to have been here for decades like the rest of the station. I crouched down, careful not to make noise. One scrap had a few lines scribbled on it, messy handwriting, hurried, "Don't trust the sound. Keep moving." The words stabbed at me, raising the hair on my neck. "Who's there?" My voice cracked. I swallowed hard. No answer. Just that dragging sound again, closer now. I followed the sound, careful to leave the circle of dirt untouched. The tunnel narrowed, walls closing in like a mouth ready to swallow me whole. I passed a collapsed sign, half buried in rubble, the faint outline of a station name barely visible, Eastgate. That name was familiar, one of the old stops on the shuttered line. A place people said was haunted not because of ghosts, but because of people who disappeared. My mind spun. Disappeared how? And why? The stories always seemed overblown, a way to scare off kids and trespassers. But here, in the heavy silence, the stories felt closer to truth than legend. I edged around a bend and caught sight of something unexpected, fresh footprints in the dust, small and deliberate, leading off into a side tunnel. The prints were too crisp, too clear to be old. Someone had been here recently. Someone who didn't want to be found. I swallowed again, the metallic tang of fear rising in my mouth. I wanted to follow the footprints, but part of me screamed to run back to the surface, to the safety of sunlight and normal life. Instead, I pulled my jacket tighter around me and stepped into the side passage. The air changed instantly. It grew warmer, stale like a closed room long forgotten, and the smell of sweat grew stronger. I caught the faint buzz of a light flickering ahead. Heart hammering, I moved toward it, each step stirring loose gravel and dust. The tunnel opened into a small chamber, roughly carved out of the brick walls. A single bare bulb dangled from a wire, casting sickly yellow light over a makeshift camp. Blankets, plastic bottles, half-empty cans, signs of habitation. A small pile of newspapers lay in one corner, their headlines months old but carefully stacked. Someone had been living here, hiding in the belly of the abandoned station. I couldn't help the shiver that ran through my body. This wasn't just an old ghost story or a forgotten piece of history. This was something alive and watching. My eyes caught a small notebook discarded on a crate. I flipped it open, the pages filled with hurried scrawls and erratic drawings. Maps of the tunnels, marks indicating blocked passages, and a series of notes: don't trust the lights, they watch the exits, never stop moving. The handwriting shifted wildly, like the writer was unraveling with every page. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice swallowed by the cavernous space. There was no answer. But then, from the far end of the chamber, a sudden noise, a soft click, mechanical and deliberate. I spun around, catching a shadow flickering just beyond the bulb's weak glow. My breath caught. The station was no longer just a place of echoes and dust. It was a trap. I stepped back, heart pounding, the notebook clenched tight. The weight of it was oddly comforting, a small piece of evidence that I wasn't imagining things. Someone was here, watching, waiting, using the labyrinthine tunnels to isolate anyone who wandered too far. I wanted to leave. I should have left. But something else tugged at me, an insistent curiosity, a need to understand what had become of this forgotten place and the person or people hiding in its shadows. Outside, the faint howl of a siren carried through the city. A reminder that the world above was still moving, oblivious to the secrets buried beneath its feet. I took a deep breath, the stale air filling my lungs, and stepped back into the tunnels. The maze was alive. And it was closing in. Every step echoed, each turning deeper into the unknown. The walls seemed to whisper, urging me forward, revealing stories untold. The stale air hung heavier now, thicker somehow, as if the walls themselves were exhaling the weight of all they'd swallowed over the years. I stepped forward, then stopped. The floor beneath my boots was littered with faint footprints in the dust, some fresh enough to blur the older grime. The shapes twisted, looping back on themselves like the tangled veins of the station's forgotten arteries. I traced one with my eye, following it deeper into the maze. It was no accident. Someone had been coming and going, using the tunnels like a private road, maybe even a home. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste of adrenaline mixing with the dust on my tongue. The flashlight beam flickered, casting long, jittery shadows across the walls. I aimed at a narrow passage I hadn't noticed before, squeezed through the low entrance, and felt the rough plaster scrape my forearm. The air here was colder, damp and sour, smelling of rust and something else, something faintly sweet, like rotting fruit or stale sweat. I paused, listening. My breath came out in slow clouds, the only sound besides my heartbeat thudding in my ears. Then a faint shuffle. Just beyond the bend. I froze. My mind raced. Was it an animal? A rat? Or was someone watching me, just out of sight? I wanted to call out, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I edged forward, careful not to make a sound. The tunnel curved sharply, forcing me to stoop low, the ceiling pressing down like a weight. The flashlight caught on something, a bundle of clothing, draped over a broken bench. I moved closer, careful not to disturb whatever it was. The clothes looked worn but recent, a faded jacket, a pair of scuffed sneakers, a threadbare scarf. Someone had been living here, right under the city's feet. My pulse quickened. I pulled out the notebook and flipped it open, searching for anything that might explain this. Scribbled notes, half-finished sentences, a crude map of the tunnels with strange markings. Then I heard it again, footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoing faintly from deeper in the station. I wasn't alone. Whoever it was, they knew I was here. The thought sent a cold spike through my spine. I wanted to run, but the maze seemed to close around me, the walls pressing tighter with every passing second. The flicker of my light revealed graffiti I hadn't seen before, items, symbols, warnings maybe. Turn back, one scrawled in shaky letters. Lost souls stay out. I swallowed hard, the weight of the notebook suddenly heavy in my hands. This was no longer about curiosity. It was survival. I had crossed a line, stepped into a trap laid long ago and freshly baited. The last escape route I'd taken was blocked now, a collapsed wall of rubble sealing off my retreat. The tunnels twisted endlessly ahead, each corridor a question mark, every shadow a potential threat. My phone buzzed once, no signal, just a glitch in the darkness. I pocketed it, focusing on the sounds around me. A low, guttural hum, like someone humming to themselves, drifting closer. Then, a voice, barely above a whisper, "You shouldn't be here." It was close, too close, yet I couldn't see anyone. I called back, trying to keep my voice steady. "Who's there?" "I'm not looking for trouble." Silence. Then a soft chuckle, hollow and dry. "Trouble finds those who wander too far." The voice faded, swallowed by the depths. I shivered, my fingers trembling as I clutched the notebook. The station wasn't just abandoned. It was alive, breathing, watching, waiting. And now, I was part of its story, trapped in a game I hadn't agreed to play. There was no turning back. Heart pounding, I forced myself to move forward, each step echoing unnaturally loud in the cavernous space. The air grew colder, thick with an unspoken menace that seeped into my bones. I scanned the dim platform, my eyes straining to pierce the shadows where the voice had come from. Nothing. Just silence and the faint hum of forgotten machinery. Then, out of the corner of my eye, a flicker of movement. A silhouette, tall, thin, stood motionless near the far end of the platform. I froze, breath catching in my throat. The figure didn't approach, didn't even seem to breathe. It was as if it were carved from the darkness itself. Swallowing fear, I lifted the notebook. "What do you want from me?" I called out, voice barely more than a whisper. The shadow shifted, and the faintest glimmer of light caught something in its hand, a small, rusted key. "To unlock what you seek, you must first lose what you hold dear," the voice rasped, closer now, yet still impossible to locate. My grip tightened on the notebook. Lose what I hold dear? What did that even mean? Was this some kind of test, or a warning? Suddenly, the ground beneath me trembled, a low rumble that quickly escalated into a quake. Dust and debris rained from the ceilings as the station seemed to come alive in protest. The walls groaned, the air thickening with the scent of ozone and decay. I stumbled backward, heart hammering as panic threatened to overwhelm me. The shadow moved again, gliding effortlessly toward an ancient door at the platform's edge. With a flick of the wrist, the key turned in a lock that hadn't been used for decades. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow passage disappearing into blackness. "Step through," the voice commanded, now unmistakably close behind me. Every instinct screamed to run, to flee this cursed place, but something compelled me forward. I hesitated only for a moment before stepping into the void, the door slamming shut behind me with a finality that sealed my fate. The air here was colder still, heavy with a silence that pressed against my eardrums. My flashlight flickered, casting erratic beams onto slick walls covered in strange markings, symbols that seemed to writhe and shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. As I ventured deeper, the whispers returned, soft at first, unintelligible, then growing clearer, threading through the darkness like tendrils. Find the truth, or be consumed. The words chased me, gnawing at the edges of my sanity. I clutched the notebook tighter. Somewhere in its pages lay the key, not just to the station's mysteries, but perhaps to my survival. But the deeper I went, the more I realized the station's secrets were not meant to be uncovered. They demanded sacrifice, and I was running out of time. The air was colder than before, the kind of cold that isn't just temperature but a weight pressing deep into your bones. The walls were slick, damp with some kind of residue that smelled faintly of mold and rust. I wanted to touch it, curious, but something warned me against it. Instead, I kept my eyes on the strange symbols etched into the plaster, curved lines, jagged angles, all twisting in ways that made my stomach twist right along with them. They shifted just slightly when I wasn't looking directly, like shadows moving out of the corner of my eye. I hated that. I hated the way my brain tried to catch something it couldn't pin down. The whispers had returned, low and sibilant, curling around me like smoke in a draft. Find the truth, or be consumed, they said, each word a thread pulling at my sanity. I blinked hard, trying to clear my head, but the sound only grew louder, threading through the tunnels, impossible to escape. The notebook's pages rustled, though I wasn't touching them. My fingers trembled, and I closed it quickly. I forced myself onward, stepping carefully over puddles of stagnant water that reflected the weak light in shimmering, broken patterns. The floor was uneven, cracked slabs of concrete jutting up like broken teeth. My boots thudded hollowly, amplifying the oppressive quiet. I thought I heard something else, faint footsteps echoing somewhere behind me. I stopped, heart kicking against my ribs, breath caught in my throat. But when I flicked the light back the way I came, there was nothing but shadows. Hello? My voice was a hoarse whisper, swallowed immediately by the dark. No answer. I wanted to call out again, maybe even shout, but the fear of what might answer kept my mouth shut. I wasn't alone, though. Something was watching me. I crouched down near a pile of debris, a rusted metal grate, chunks of broken tile, bits of paper yellowed with age. There were footprints in the dust, fresh and deep, barely a few hours old, maybe less. Whoever was here wasn't just a ghost from the past. They were real. And they were close. My hands gripped the notebook so tightly my knuckles turned white. I flipped it open to the page I'd marked earlier, scrawled notes in the margin like desperate prayers, traps. Maze. Someone uses the tunnels to trap people. Stay calm. Don't let them find me. A sudden clatter echoed from deeper within the tunnels, a metallic bang that rang sharp and sudden in the silence. My breath hitched. The sound was close, too close. I spun around, flashlight beam darting wildly, but only darkness stared back. I took a step, then another, each footfall slower, heavier. I could feel the walls closing in, the maze tightening around me. The whispers were louder now, voices overlapping in a maddening chorus that made my head throb. Stop. The word was clear, sharp as a slap. Not in my head this time. Somewhere ahead, a voice cold, low, and unmistakably human. I froze. The flashlight flickered again and died. Darkness swallowed me whole. My breath came out in ragged gasps, hands fumbling to find the flashlight, the notebook, anything. My fingers brushed cold metal railings, maybe, and I gripped them, heart pounding so loud it felt like it would burst. Then, a faint, rhythmic tapping started. Not footsteps. Tapping. A deliberate, measured sound echoing through the tunnels, coming closer. It was a game. Someone was playing with me. I whispered into the dark, "Who's there? Show yourself." No answer, just a tapping moving parallel to me, circling like a predator. I forced myself to move, following the sound, the only direction my instincts permitted. The notebook was my guide, the only anchor in the chaos. I scanned its pages with trembling eyes, searching for anything, a clue, a pattern, a way out. The tapping stopped abruptly. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a light flickered in the distance. Not my flashlight, but something else, a dull, orange glow, like a candle or a lantern. It pulsed gently, beckoning. I hesitated. The air smelled different near the light, smoky, with a faint trace of something bitter, like burnt plastic and stale coffee. I swallowed hard, stepping forward. As I got closer, I saw a small alcove carved into the wall, a makeshift camp. A battered chair sat facing the tunnel, a blanket draped over it, and on the floor, scattered newspapers, empty cans, and a cracked thermos. It was a home of sorts, a base hidden away beneath the city. The realization hit me like a punch. This wasn't just a story about an abandoned station or some long-dead tragedy. Someone had been living here, watching, waiting, using the labyrinth to trap people, to isolate them. I glanced around nervously. The shadows seemed to twitch with movement. The whispers returned, but this time they weren't just voices in my head. They were real, coming from the alcove. "Why are you here?" The voice was calm, almost curious. No menace. But that only made it worse. "I'm looking for answers," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, though it felt like a thread unraveling in a storm. "Answers can be dangerous," the voice replied, "especially when they're buried deep." I swallowed. "I don't want trouble." "Trouble finds us all," the voice said. "But you have a choice. Stay or leave." I looked at the chair, the blanket, the signs of life in this forgotten place. Then back into the darkness. "Why trap people? What do you want from me?" I asked. Silence. Then a slow, deliberate clapping echoed softly, almost amused. "You think this is about me?" The voice was closer now, just beyond the light. "No, it's the station. It's the city. It's the way people disappear when no one's looking." My hands shook. "I don't want to disappear." "No one does," the voice said. "But sometimes the maze doesn't let you go." The air grew colder, heavier. I realized I was standing at a crossroads, the path out or deeper in. My instinct screamed to turn and run, but the notebook in my hands held a promise, a challenge I couldn't abandon. I took a breath, steadying myself against the chill. "I'm not leaving, not yet." The voice laughed, low and dry, fading into the shadows. Then the game begins. A sudden noise, metal scraping against concrete, came from behind me. I spun around, heart hammering, but the passage was empty. The walls seemed to close in tighter, the labyrinth alive with unseen eyes. I swallowed the lump in my throat and moved forward, the glow from the alcove dying behind me. The maze had claimed me, and I wasn't sure if I'd ever find my way out. The stale air pressed against my skin like a damp blanket as I stood at the edge of that forgotten platform one last time. The faint hum of the city seeped down the ventilation shafts, but here, in the belly of the abandoned subway station, it felt swallowed, distant and hollow. I could still taste the metallic tang of rust and dust in my mouth, a bitter reminder of how close I'd come to losing myself in the tunnels below. I wasn't sure what I had expected when I decided to return. Closure? Answers? Maybe just to prove to myself that I wasn't crazy for hearing those footsteps behind me or for finding the crudely made barricade in the corridor. Whatever it wasn't peace. Not yet. The narrow passageways seemed to breathe around me as I retraced my steps. The walls, once smooth ceramic tiles, now cracked and peeling, held stories written in grime and desperation. I remembered the faint scent of damp fabric and the occasional flicker of a dying flashlight. Evidence of someone or something living here. Not ghosts. Not monsters. Just a person, or people, who'd made this maze their home and their trap. I paused near the junction where the tunnel split. The place where I'd first felt the eyes on me. The air was cooler here, heavier. I could hear the faint drip of water echoing somewhere deeper, the slow, methodical rhythm like a heartbeat. My fingers brushed against the rough plaster, tracing the outline of a scratched symbol, probably a mark left by the one who stalked these passages. A warning, or a way to confuse. I swallowed hard. The thought of being hunted in a place like this wasn't thrilling anymore. It was real. Too real. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the fabric stiff with dust. The flashlight's beam wavered, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. My legs trembled, but I forced myself forward, retracing the path that had nearly ensnared me the night before. The barricade was gone. Someone had cleared it, maybe a sign that the watcher was still close, still aware. Hello? My voice cracked, startling me. Is anyone there? Silence. Complete silence. I tried to steady my breathing. I knew how that sounded, like an idiot calling out to a stranger in a place where danger hid behind every corner. But I couldn't help it. I needed to confront this, to understand who or what was behind the whispers and footsteps. The corridor stretched ahead, narrowing before bending sharply left. I edged forward, the beam catching on a pile of discarded belongings, a torn jacket, a worn-out backpack, empty cans. Signs of recent habitation. Someone was here, no doubt. A shuffle echoed ahead. My heart leapt. I froze. Please, I said softly, I don't want any trouble. The sound stopped. I held my breath, every muscle taut. Then, a voice. Low, cautious. Why are you here? It wasn't angry or threatening. Just tired. Hollow. I'm curious, I admitted. I needed to know if the stories were true. About this place. About you. There was a pause, long enough for doubt to creep in. Then footsteps, slow, deliberate, approaching. A figure emerged from the shadows, hunched and gaunt, eyes wary but not hostile. He looked older than I expected, lines etched deep from years underground. His clothes were layered and ragged, soaked with the dampness of the tunnels. Curiosity can get you killed, he said quietly. Maybe, I answered, stepping closer. But running from the past doesn't keep you safe either. He looked at me then, really looked, as if weighing the truth behind my words. I've been here a long time, he said after a moment, voice barely above a whisper. Not by choice. This place. It traps you. Or maybe you trap yourself. I nodded, understanding more than I wanted to admit. I got lost. But I don't want to stay. He let out a bitter laugh. No one leaves. Not really. Not once the tunnels get in your blood. For a while, neither of us spoke. The silence was thick but not uncomfortable. It was the kind of quiet that followed confession. Why do you stay? I asked finally. He shrugged, the gesture heavy. Because out there, nobody cares. Down here, at least you're invisible. Safe from the world that forgot you. I closed my eyes, the weight of his words settling deep. It was a prison built from loneliness and fear, not just bricks and rust. Maybe it's time to stop hiding, I said. To find a way out, even if it's hard. He studied me, something flickering behind those tired eyes. A spark, maybe hope or disbelief. You think you can just walk away? He murmured. I have to try. The tunnels, with all their darkness and secrets, had shown me something vital. Fear could paralyze you, but it could also teach you where to be brave. I wasn't the same person who had stumbled onto this platform days ago. I was different. Wiser, maybe. More cautious. But willing. We walked together then, side by side, not as hunter and hunted, but as two lost souls seeking daylight. The path was not easy. The corridors twisted and turned, every step a challenge. But the weight of being followed, of being trapped, lifted with every breath outside the shadows. When we finally reached the exit, the sharp scent of rain and city noise filled the air. The light hurt my eyes, but it was good to see. To breathe. He hesitated at the threshold, looking back into the dark maze. Thank you, I said. He nodded, a fragile smile breaking through. Maybe someday you'll come back. But not like before. I hoped not. I hoped I'd learned enough to never lose my way again. As I stepped into the open air, the city felt alive, noisy, and overwhelmingly real. I tasted freedom on my tongue, bitter and sweet all at once. The haunted station was no longer a place of menace, but a reminder, the scariest things were often the ones we carried inside. I walked away slowly, the rain soaking through my jacket, washing away the dust. I didn't look back. Not because I was afraid, but because I was ready to move forward. The tunnels belonged to their ghosts now, and I belonged to the world above. Story 2, Mountain's Unseen Fury. Shifting trails turn deadly. I never thought a mountain could change its mind. The trailhead was quieter than I expected that morning, the kind of quiet that doesn't hum with birdsong or the rustle of small animals. Just a soft, low wind dragging through the pines, like the mountain was holding its breath. I pulled my jacket tighter around my waist, even though the sun was already climbing, warming the air enough to dry the dampness from dawn. The air smelled like wet stone and pine sap, sharp and clean, with just a faint trace of old rain in the underbrush. I'd been hiking this trail before, a handful of times, always careful. It was one of those places people liked to recommend if you wanted a challenge but didn't want to end up in the emergency room. The local ranger's office had that one bulletin up near the trailhead every spring. Caution, sudden landslides possible. Stay alert. I'd memorized it, of course. But it was more of a warning than a threat, or so I thought. The first few miles felt routine. My boots crunched over gravel and roots, the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. I passed a couple of day hikers, nodding and exchanging a few words about the weather and how the trail looked. The mountain rose around me in familiar folds, the ridges and creeks I'd come to know like the back of my hand. I liked that about this place, the way the forest seemed endless, but you could still trust the map to get you through. At least, for now. Around mid-morning, I stopped on a ridge to catch my breath and drink some water. The view was sharp, clear peaks and valleys fading to blue in the distance. I noticed a faint rumble, like distant thunder, but the sky was spotless. No clouds to blame. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe it was traffic from the highway miles away or a logging truck somewhere. But then the ground beneath my feet vibrated slightly, a subtle tremor that made my knees wobble. I stepped back, scanning the slope below. There, near the edge of the trail, a thin crack had appeared, spider webbing out from a loose rock. I turned my gaze around carefully. The trees stood still, but something about the air felt off, heavier. Like the mountain was stretching in its sleep. I checked my phone. No signal, as usual, and the battery was dipping faster than I expected. I cursed silently. I knew this trail wasn't exactly a hotspot for cell service, but I'd hoped to check in later. I stuffed the phone back in my pocket and pressed on, telling myself I was imagining things. Maybe the crack had been there, and I just never noticed. The trail narrowed after that, hugging the steep hillside, the soil loose and crumbly. I kept a steady pace, careful where I placed each step. A few times, small rocks tumbled down the slope, rattling through the underbrush below. Nothing alarming, just the usual mountain whispers. Then I heard voices. They were faint at first, carried on the wind like an echo from far away. A couple of hikers, I assumed, maybe lost or turning back. I called out, but the voices didn't answer. Instead, they drifted closer, fragmented and uneven, like a broken radio signal. I stopped and listened. The words were indistinct, but there was an edge to them. Urgency? Fear? I wasn't sure. I shook my head and started walking again. The trail twisted sharply, and the ground felt less steady. A patch of dirt gave way under my foot, sending a shiver up my spine. I caught myself on a tree root, heart racing. The mountain was shifting, no doubt about it. I told myself it was just a landslide in progress, nothing new. But the way the earth seemed to move beneath me was different this time, faster, more deliberate. A few minutes later, I spotted fresh debris blocking part of the path, a jumble of rocks and soil that hadn't been there before. My stomach sank. I sat down on a boulder, breathing heavily. The sun was higher now, casting long shadows that twisted across the trail like fingers. I pulled out my water bottle and took a slow sip, tasting the metallic tang of minerals mixed with the pine. From the ridge above, a sharp crack split the air. I looked up just in time to see a chunk of the hillside crumble, sliding down with a roar that pushed dust into my throat. I coughed, blinking through the crit, and scrambled to my feet. The landslide had shifted the trail completely, gouging the earth, leaving jagged edges where roots dangled above empty air. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. I wanted to turn back, but the path behind me had been swallowed by the slide. I was trapped between unstable slopes now, the landscape breaking apart like brittle glass. I checked my pack for the third time that morning. No map. I'd forgotten it on the kitchen counter. Brilliant. My phone was dead. The voices I'd heard earlier were gone, swallowed by the mountain's rumble. I swallowed hard, my palms slick with sweat. Something wasn't right. The ground shifted beneath me again, smaller this time, but unmistakable. I took a deep breath, tasting the sharp dust in the air, and tried to steady myself. The mountain wasn't just moving, it was rearranging, like a puzzle I didn't know how to solve. I glanced around. The trees leaned at odd angles, the path twisted into shapes I didn't remember. A narrow crevice yawned nearby, dark and deep, swallowing the fading light. I didn't know if I was imagining it, or if the mountain had started to trap me. But I knew one thing, I wasn't going anywhere until I figured out how to get out. The ground was quieter now, or at least quieter than that relentless, grinding roar from before. I pulled my pack closer, fingers fumbling over the straps as if handling them might summon some kind of plan. No map, no phone, no real sense of direction. I glanced up at the sky, gray and swollen with clouds that promised rain or worse. The fading light was already low, but the mountain wasn't allowing the sun to settle properly behind the ridge. Shadows moved oddly, stretched in directions that made my stomach twist. I squinted toward the crevice again, that black maw yawning nearby. It felt like the mountain's mouth, ready to swallow me whole. I didn't want to go near it, but I couldn't stay here either. I was caught in a maze of unstable slopes, shifting too fast for comfort, and every step I took seemed to trigger tiny avalanches of loose rock and soil. I swallowed hard. "Okay, I muttered under my breath, voice rough and low. "You've seen worse. You've gotten out of worse." But the words rang hollow against the oppressive weight of the place. I started moving, slow and deliberate, toes testing the ground before committing to each step. The dirt crumbled beneath me, a warning I couldn't afford to ignore. I kept my hands open, ready to catch myself if the earth betrayed me. My breath came out in quick, shallow bursts. I was on edge, every nerve alert. Then I saw it, a faint trail of footprints, partially covered in dust but unmistakable. Human prints. Not mine. They led toward the ridge but twisted off at the last moment, disappearing into a cluster of broken trees hanging precariously on the slope. My heart ticked up, a sudden jolt of something sharper than fear. Relief? No, suspicion. Someone else was here. Or had been. Recently. I followed the prints carefully. The ground underfoot was loose, and the slope steepened, forcing me to crouch low and grip handfuls of dirt and roots. The scent of pine mixed with something else, smoke. No, not smoke. Burning wood, maybe from a campfire. Or something older, something that made my throat tighten. Near the trees, I found scraps of fabric tangled in branches, frayed and stained, possibly from a jacket. I pulled at a thread and the fabric snapped. It wasn't mine. Whoever had been here wasn't far ahead. I could feel the weight of their presence, even if the mountain had tried to erase their path. "Hello?" I called out, voice cracked and uncertain. No answer. Just the rustle of leaves and the distant drone of shifting earth. I crouched, eyes scanning the ground. There were footprints, yes, but also something else, broken twigs, disturbed dirt, a discarded water bottle crushed underfoot. Signs of haste. Panic. Or maybe just someone caught off guard. I debated. Should I follow? Could I trust my gut here? The mountain had a way of twisting reality, making you doubt what you saw and heard. But the idea of another person, maybe trapped like me or worse, gave me a direction. A purpose. I started moving again, following the faint trail, the landscape shifting subtly with every step. Trees that had been upright a moment ago now leaned as if pushed by an invisible hand, and rocks rearranged themselves in ways that defied logic but not physics. I caught myself stepping over a narrow crack that hadn't been there before, a fissure that looked fresh, dangerous. The air grew colder, and the sky darkened further. A distant rumble vibrated through the ground, low and threatening. I froze, breath caught in my throat. The mountain was alive in a way I hadn't understood before, but not supernatural. Just raw, brutal geology and maybe something else. Ahead, I spotted a figure, a man, hunched and still, leaning against a weathered tree trunk. Relief surged, but it was quickly tempered by the sight of his face, pale and drawn. He looked exhausted, eyes wide and glassy. "Hey," I called softly, stepping closer. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" He didn't respond at first, just stared at me with a kind of hollow desperation. Then he blinked, as if waking from a nightmare. "Lost," he rasped. "Lost. And no way out." His voice was ragged, barely audible over the wind. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "Me too," I said. "I don't have a map. Phone's dead." I gestured helplessly at the shifting landscape. The mountain. It's changing. I don't know what's real anymore. He nodded slowly, eyes flickering with something I couldn't place. Fear, yes, but also something darker. Suspicion? Resignation? We're not alone, he said suddenly, voice dropping. There's others. Watching. Waiting. I frowned. Others? Who? He shook his head, lips pressed tight. I don't know. People. Maybe more. They don't want us out. A cold shiver ran down my spine. This wasn't just a natural disaster anymore. Something else was at play. I could taste it in the air, metallic, sharp, like the scent of old blood or rusted iron. My hands trembled despite my efforts to steady them. Why? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He looked away, toward the darkening horizon. Because this mountain holds secrets. Secrets they'll kill to keep. I swallowed again, the dust and dread mixing in my mouth. We need to find a way down. Together. He nodded, standing slowly. His movements were stiff, but determined. No guarantees, he said. But maybe we can outsmart them. Or at least survive. I glanced around, the shifting terrain suddenly feeling even more hostile. The crevices yawned wider, the trees seemed ready to fall, and the sky threatened to open up any second. We have to move, I said, before the next slide. He looked at me, and for a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of hope in his eyes. Or was it just the mountain playing tricks again? We started walking, side by side, following the uncertain trail. Every step brought fresh dangers, loose stones threatening to send us tumbling, cracks widening beneath our feet, and that ever-present feeling of unseen eyes tracking our progress. The mountain was no longer just a place. It was a maze, a trap, and maybe a prison. And somewhere inside, the truth waited hidden beneath layers of dirt and fear. But the question was, would we find it before the mountain swallowed us whole? We kept moving. We're running out of time, I said, my voice low, barely breaking the mountain's uneasy silence. That last slide, what if it wasn't just random? What if the whole thing's happening faster because someone wants it to? He looked at me then, eyes sharp but shadowed. You really think it's deliberate? His voice cracked slightly, as if the idea unsettled him more than the unstable ground. I shrugged, not trusting my own certainty. I don't know. But the way the earth keeps shifting, the cracks opening up like they're alive. It's like the mountain's been weaponized. Or maybe we stumbled into something worse than nature. He shook his head, but didn't argue. The wind picked up, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and something else, smoke. Or was it just my imagination? I stopped, sniffing the air like a hound. Wait, do you smell that? Smoke, he asked, narrowing his eyes toward the ridge. A thin curl of gray rose against the darkening sky, barely visible but unmistakable. Could be a campfire. Or someone else. I swallowed. That meant we weren't alone. Not just the mountain, but other people watching, waiting, maybe even hunting. The trail forked suddenly, jagged and confusing. One path sloped steeply downward into a ravine littered with shattered branches. The other climbed sharply toward a cluster of twisted pines. Neither looked promising. I hesitated. Which way? He tapped his chin, then pointed toward the pines. Up. Less chance of collapse. I nodded, but the choice nodded me. The higher we climbed, the thinner the air and the more exposed we'd be. Still, staying low felt like stepping into a trap. As we ascended, the ground quaked beneath my boots. A low rumble, distant but growing, like the mountain groaning under some immense pressure. My heart hammered, echoing the sound. That's new, I muttered. He glanced back. Could be more landslides. or something else. We pressed on, shadows lengthening, the sky streaked with bruised purple and orange. The trees here were gnarled and blackened, as if scorched by fire long ago. Charred bark flaked under my fingers when I brushed past, the rough texture a stark contrast to the soft moss-coating stones nearby. Then I saw it. A cluster of footprints, fresh and unnervingly deliberate, leading off the main path and into the dense underbrush. They were too large to be animal prints, definitely human. "Someone's been here," I said, voice barely above a whisper. He crouched, examining the tracks. "Not just been here. They're watching us." A cold spike of adrenaline shot through me. "Why? What do they want?" He stood slowly, eyes scanning the tree line like a predator. "Control. Information. Or maybe just to keep us from finding out what's buried beneath all this." I swallowed hard, the taste of dust and pine resin filling my mouth. The mountain no longer felt like a place to hike or explore. It was a labyrinth of danger, both natural and human-made. And now, we were caught in the center. The wind shifted again, carrying a faint murmur of words. No, just the rustle of leaves. But it set my nerves on edge. Every sound seemed amplified, the snap of a twig, the scrape of stone against stone, the distant call of a bird that sounded almost like a warning. "We can't turn back," he said suddenly, voice firm. "The trail behind us is collapsing faster than we can move. If we go back, we'll be trapped." I stared at the path we'd come from, where the earth had already fractured in jagged lines. "So this is it. No escape." He nodded grimly. "Point of no return." The weight of those words settled on my chest like a stone. I wanted to argue, to protest, but the mountain-shifting face left no room for doubt. Every second we stayed, the ground threatened to swallow us whole. And whoever was out there watching, waiting, could close in at any moment. Suddenly, a movement caught my eye. A figure slipping between the trees, barely visible but unmistakably human. My breath hitched. "Did you see that?" He squinted. "Yeah. Not alone anymore." Panic rose like bile. We were exposed, vulnerable, and the mountain was closing in from all sides. "We have to find shelter. Now!" His voice was urgent, a quiet command. I nodded, heart pounding so loudly I thought it might give us away. We veered off the trail, scrambling toward a rocky outcrop that jutted from the slope like a fortress. The ground beneath us trembled again, more violently this time, and dust rained down from the trees. I stumbled, catching myself on a rough stone. The air was thick with the smell of earth and sweat and something metallic, fear, maybe. Or blood. We reached the outcrop and crouched behind it, breathless, listening. The shifting earth slowed, but the silence that followed was heavy. Too heavy. "Whoever they are," I whispered, "they're not just trying to keep us out of the mountain. They want to keep us out of the truth." He looked at me, eyes dark. "And now that we've seen too much, there's no going back." The sky cracked open with a sudden flash of lightning, sharp and blinding. Thunder rolled like a warning. Rain began to fall, cold and steady, soaking through my jacket and chilling me to the bone. I pressed my back against the stone, hands trembling as I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. "We're trapped," I said. "Trapped between the mountain and whoever's hunting us." He nodded toward the darkening forest. "And the longer we stay, the less chance we have of getting out alive." A distant howl, maybe a coyote, maybe something else, cut through the storm's roar. I swallowed, tasting dirt and rain in the bitter certainty that we crossed a line. The mountain wasn't just shifting beneath our feet, it was changing us. Breaking us down, piece by piece. I looked at him. "What now?" He didn't answer right away. Then, quietly, we keep moving. We find the art of this mess. Because if we don't, the mountain will bury the truth. And us with it. The rain soaked through my clothes, cold seeping into my skin. But I stood, shaking, and nodded. Whatever it was that awaited us deeper in the maze of landslides and hidden crevices, there was no turning back. Not anymore. The rain had lessened by then, but the air, cold and heavy with silence, stayed thick and clammy, like the mountain itself was exhaling after some deep, violent breath. "We keep moving," he said again, voice low and steady, though I could see the tight line of his jaw. "We find the art of this mess." His eyes scanned the dark treeline, where the shadows gathered like a living thing. Something had happened here. Something that no one was supposed to find. The ground still trembled underfoot, tiny shifts that made me catch my breath as loose gravel slid away in miniature avalanches. Our boots sank into wet dirt, the scent of crushed pine needles sharp and raw in the damp air. I thought about how the mountain had swallowed whole sections of trail without warning, how the earth had cracked open like a wound, revealing crevices so deep I couldn't see the bottom. It was unnatural, impossible, except it was real. We moved cautiously, each step measured. The fading light made the trees loom taller, their branches clawing overhead. I felt the weight of silence pressing down, broken only by the drip of rainwater onto leaves and the distant, intermittent cracking of shifting rock. My clothes clung to me, soaked through, cold seeping into my bones. I could taste the grit of dirt on my tongue, the metallic tang of fear that made my mouth dry. "Look," he whispered suddenly, pointing to a narrow path that veered sharply off the main trail. It was almost hidden beneath fallen boughs and slick leaves, but there were fresh footprints, deep, uneven, leading into the underbrush. Someone's been here recently. The hairs on my arms prickled. I knew how that sounded, but the prints didn't match any animal I'd seen around here. Too large. Too deliberate. Why would they come this far up? I asked, voice barely louder than the rustle of leaves. He shook his head. To hide something. Or someone. We traded a glance that said neither of us wanted to admit the possibility. After everything we'd seen, every twist and collapse, the idea of another person unseen, watching, maybe hunting, added a new layer of dread. Not the mountain itself, but what it concealed. I swallowed hard, trying to steady the tremor in my hands. "We follow?" He nodded. "We have to." The path was a narrow squeeze between two jagged outcrops, slick with moss and rain. My boots slipped once again, and I cursed under my breath, the sound startling in the quiet. Behind me, I heard him breathe sharply. The air smelled of wet stone and decaying leaves, but beneath it, faintly, was something else, smoke, or maybe oil. I couldn't tell. We pressed deeper into the thicket, branches scraping at our faces, and I tasted the bitterness of exhaustion mingled with adrenaline. Every sense screamed caution. The trail twisted and doubled back, disorienting. I lost track of time, or maybe it stopped altogether. The mountain seemed to fold over itself, swallowing the sky and light. Then we found it. A hollow in the earth, partially concealed by an uprooted tree. The mouth of a narrow cave, damp and dark, with a faint smell of something old and sharp, like mildew mixed with rust. "Here," he said, voice hushed. "This has to be it." I knelt at the edge, the stones slick beneath my fingers. The air inside was cool but stale, heavy with the scent of earth and something metallic. My breath caught. There was a faint scrape, almost a whisper, echoing from within. "Did you hear that?" I asked, heart thudding. He nodded. "Someone's inside." That thought twisted my gut. Trapped in this mountain maze with a stranger, or worse, someone who'd been waiting for us. My skin prickled, the hair standing up along my neck. I could almost feel eyes on us, hidden just beyond the cave's entrance. "We don't know what we're walking into," I said, voice tight. He looked at me, shadows playing across his face. "But we have to." Reluctantly, I ducked inside, the weight of darkness swallowing me whole. My phone's flashlight cut a shaky line across the walls, revealing jagged rocks and patches of slick moss. The air was colder here, and every footstep echoed like a shout in a cathedral. The sound came again, a faint shuffle, a breath, maybe a whisper. I froze. My throat dry, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. The flicker of light caught something on the floor. A crumpled piece of paper, stained and torn. I reached down, fingers trembling as I unfolded it. Scrawled in hurried, uneven handwriting were words that made my stomach drop. They watch. The mountain doesn't forget. Don't trust the silence. I looked up. We're not alone, I said, barely above a whisper. He nodded grimly. No. And whoever's here wants us to know it. A sudden noise, a sharp crack from deeper in the cave, made us both jump. The ground beneath my feet shifted slightly, dust falling from the ceiling. The mountain was alive beneath us, restless and unpredictable. We need to get out, I said, voice shaking. He hesitated, then moved to lead the way back. But as we turned, a shadow detached itself from the darkness ahead. A figure stepped into the beam of light, face obscured by a hood, eyes glinting with something unreadable. Going somewhere, the voice was low, calm, but edged with menace. My breath caught. The mountain's maze wasn't just a trap of earth and stone, it was a cage, and we had just found its keeper. I swallowed the lump in my throat, the taste metallic and bitter. The figure took a slow step forward, and the cave seemed to close in around us. The descent into darkness wasn't just about the mountain anymore. It was about what we were willing to face and what we might never escape. The figure didn't move again. He, or maybe it was a she, though the voice suggested a man, tilted the hooded head slightly, as if weighing us, deciding. The silence stretched, heavy and deliberate. I looked at my companion. His eyes were wide, unblinking, but he didn't speak either. Neither of us made a move. You shouldn't be here, the figure finally said, voice steady but cold. This mountain doesn't like visitors. The words hit me like a slap. I wanted to argue, to say we didn't belong here any more than anyone else, but it felt useless. I swallowed, trying to steady my shaking hands. We didn't mean to intrude, I said faintly, voice cracking. We just got lost. We're trying to get out. He or she nodded slowly, then took a step back, merging into the shadows again. The faint scrape of boots on stone told me the figure wasn't going far. I exhaled sharply, relief flooding through me. Thank you, I whispered, though I wasn't sure who I was thanking. The mountain seemed to settle, if only a little. The sharp edges of the cave softened in the dim light, and the constant low rumble beneath us quieted to a dull murmur. My companion let out a breath, finally breaking the tension. We need to move, he said, voice hoarse. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat again. The exit was no longer just a direction on a map or a goal marked by trail signs. It was a fragile thread we had to follow carefully. One wrong step and the mountain could swallow us whole. We turned away from the shadowed figure and started retracing our steps. The path was treacherous, loose stones shifted underfoot, cracks zigzagged beneath the thin layer of dirt, and the air was thick with dust that made my eyes sting. Every sound echoed our breaths, our footsteps, the faint scrape of rock against rock. At some point, the weight of what we discovered pressed down on me harder than the physical dangers. This wasn't just a mountain with dangerous terrain, it was a place someone had claimed, marked with warnings that weren't on any official map. The figure in the cave wasn't just a guardian of the mountain's secrets but a sentinel of something darker, territory claimed and fiercely protected. I kept thinking about the sudden crack, the way the ground shifted beneath us, the unstable slopes that seemed to change shape like living things. The mountain itself was a puzzle, and we were the pieces forced into a pattern we didn't understand. Outside the cave, the night air hit me like a cold wave. I blinked against it, the stars sharp and cold overhead. The mountain loomed, a massive shadow against the sky. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of pine and wet earth. The ground beneath my feet felt less like a trap now, more like a warning. "We can't stay here," I said, voice low. "We need to find a safe spot before dawn." My companion nodded, scanning the uneven trail ahead. "There's a ranger station about 2 miles back," he said. "If it's still standing." I swallowed hard. Landslides, shifting slopes, a secretive figure in the cave, none of it boded well for any structure left on this mountain. But it was the only option we had. The hike back was slow, cautious. Every step was calculated, every sound analyzed. A distant owl called out, its cry slicing through the night. Somewhere far below, a river gurgled, a steady pulse beneath the chaos of shifting earth. At one point, I stumbled over a root and caught myself against a weathered tree trunk. The bark was rough, splintered, cold against my palm. My hands trembled as I pushed myself upright. I forced my mind to focus on the path, the narrow trail winding through the dark. No more shadows. No more surprises. We reached the ranger station just as the first hints of dawn bled into the sky. The building was battered, windows cracked, one door hanging crooked on its hinges. It smelled of damp wood and old smoke. Inside, the air was stale but safe, a reprieve from the mountain's restless breath. I sat on the floor, knees drawn up, and let the silence wash over me. The adrenaline ebbed, replaced by a deep, sinking fatigue. My companion lit a small lantern, its soft glow casting long shadows on the peeling walls. "We need to call for help," he said, pulling out his phone. No signal. I sighed, the weight of isolation settling like a stone in my chest. "We're trapped," I said quietly, not as a statement but a fact. He nodded, eyes fixed on the dark screen. "At least we're not alone." The hours passed. We talked quietly, sharing what little we knew about the mountain, about the warnings we'd ignored, the risks we'd underestimated. I told him about the shifting slopes, the hidden crevices that seemed to open and close beneath our feet. About the figure in the cave and the cold menace in that voice. He listened, silent, then said, "Someone's been here a long time. Watching. Waiting." The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Not a myth, not a ghost, but a person. Someone who lived in the cracks of the mountain, who controlled the paths and the dangers. Someone who wanted to keep what was here secret. When the sun finally rose higher, pouring pale light through the broken windows, we made a plan. We couldn't wait for rescue. The mountain was unpredictable, and every moment spent trapped was a risk. We gathered what supplies we could find, canned food, water, a first aid kit covered in dust. The trail back was a maze, but with daylight, the dangers were easier to spot. Loose rocks, sharp drop-offs, fresh landslide scars that hadn't been there the day before. Step by step, we moved. Carefully. Slowly. The mountain groaned beneath us, shifting, settling, threatening to betray us at any second. When we finally broke through the tree line and saw the valley spread out below, a rush of relief and exhaustion hit me all at once. The air here was warmer, filled with the sounds of birds and the hum of distant traffic. Civilization. But the mountain's shadow stretched long behind us. It wasn't just the physical danger that stayed with me. It was the knowledge that someone had claimed this wild place, not with traps or violence, but with an unseen watchfulness that was far more terrifying. Back home, after a long shower that washed away the grime but not the memories, I sat with a cup of coffee, the bitterness grounding me. The taste was sharp, familiar, and somehow a reminder of the world I'd left behind on the mountain. I thought about the figure in the cave and the quiet menace in that voice. About the way the landscape had betrayed us, shifting like a living maze designed to trap and confuse. And I knew I'd changed not just by what I'd seen, but by what I'd learned about fear, control, and survival. Story 3, Mirrored Lives, Mannequins Mimic You. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead in that particular way malls do, cheap, relentless, like a low drone that never quite fades. I remember standing near the entrance of the East Side Mall, the one with the cracked linoleum tiles and the faint scent of cinnamon from the pretzel stand. It was a Tuesday, which meant the corridors were mostly empty aside from the occasional shopper who looked like they'd rather be anywhere else. I had gone in for something simple, a new phone charger, maybe a quick coffee before heading back to my apartment. Routine. I'd been coming here for years, though I never liked it much. The place had that stale, recycled smell, half coffee, half something like old plastic and forgotten effort. The kind of smell that clings to your jacket sleeves and settles in your hair. It's not quite unpleasant, but it's not welcoming either. You notice it only when you stop moving. Which, as it turned out, I did more than I planned that day. I remember the moment it started to feel off. I'd walked past the bookstore, the one with the cracked glass window taped up in one corner. A mannequin stood near the entrance, dressed in a denim jacket, faded jeans, and a scarf loosely looped around its neck. Nothing special, I thought, just another display. But then I caught the way it was posed. The hand in the pocket, the tilt of the head, it was exactly how I stood when I was waiting for the bus this morning. Not just the pose, but the little crease on the sleeve where I'd rolled it up. I blinked, shaking my head. That was ridiculous. Of course, mannequins are posed to look natural. Everyone does that. Still, the image stuck in my mind like a stone in my shoe. I passed by without looking back, except I did. Just once. The mall has a strange rhythm. The echo of footsteps on tile, the soft hum of air conditioning ducts, and the occasional murmur of voices from somewhere just out of sight. I noticed the temperature too. The air always felt a bit too cool, like it was fighting against the summer heat outside. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, even though I wasn't cold. After the bookstore, I headed toward the food court, thinking a cup of coffee might help with the strange feeling creeping up my spine. On the way, I passed a clothing store where mannequins stood in the window. I stopped. One of them wore a shirt I'd owned last year, the same faded blue with tiny holes near the collar, holes I'd caused myself, probably while absent-mindedly fiddling with a pen. I looked again. The mannequin's posture, the slight bend in the elbow, the way one foot was turned inward, it was a mirror of how I shifted my weight when I was thinking, just like now. I swear, my hands trembled slightly. I don't know if it was cold or something else. Maybe it was just the weird light playing tricks. I tried to laugh it off. Mannequins are made to be lifelike. Designers study people, after all. It's not like anyone here knew me. Or did they? I moved on, but the nagging feeling didn't leave. The mall seemed different. The hallways looked narrower, or maybe I just noticed the way the ceiling tiles were slightly misaligned. It wasn't anything I could point to, but the air felt thicker, almost like the mall was holding its breath. The sound shifted too. The usual distant hum of fluorescent lights was interrupted by a faint tapping, something rhythmic, like a tiny drumbeat coming from somewhere deep inside the complex. My steps faltered. I glanced over my shoulder. No one was there. That part was certain. The mall was empty enough for me to hear my own breathing, shallow and quick. I told myself to calm down. I was tired. It was too early for this kind of paranoia. The food court was deserted, save for one figure sitting alone at a table near the window. He was an older man, hunched over a newspaper, muttering to himself. I caught a whiff of his cologne, strong, musty, like worn leather and peppermint. It made me feel uneasy, though I couldn't say why. I sat at the far end of the court and ordered a black coffee. The barista was absent-minded, moving slowly, as if the day had already drained her spirit dry. I took a sip. Bitter and hot. Just the way I liked it. That's when I noticed the security cameras. A cluster of them hung in one corner, their lenses glinting under the harsh lights. I watched them for a moment. The cameras scanned the room in slow, mechanical arcs. I wondered what the guards saw, if they saw the same subtle changes I was sensing. The shadows creeping along the walls, the flickering in the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows fixtures, the way the mannequins seemed to shift their poses when no one was watching. I looked back toward the clothing store. The mannequins were gone. Or at least, the window was dark. I frowned. Did I imagine them? I was sure I'd just seen them. I finished my coffee and stood up, intending to leave. But as I traced my steps back toward the entrance, the corridor looked unfamiliar. The map on the directory showed the shoe store should be to my left, but when I turned, I found myself facing a narrow hallway lined with empty storefronts shuttered tight. That was impossible. I checked the directory again. Same map, same labels. Yet the space around me had changed. I swallowed hard. My palms were clammy. The fluorescent lights above flickered, casting uneven shadows that seemed to crawl along the walls. The air smelled sharper here, like dust and something faintly metallic. I started walking, faster this time, toward the main entrance. The mall's layout was supposed to be fixed, simple, predictable. But it wasn't. Not anymore. I heard a soft shuffle behind me and spun around. Nothing. Just the echo of my own footsteps. Then I saw it. A mannequin, standing at the end of the hallway, dressed in the same outfit I'd worn yesterday, a gray sweater, dark jeans, and those worn sneakers I'd had for years. The face was blank and pale, but the posture, the slouch of the shoulders, the slight tilt of the head, it was me. I felt my breath catch. It was impossible. Who would do this? Why? I wanted to run, but my legs felt leaden. The mannequin didn't move, but I could swear it was watching. It held a small, crumpled piece of paper in one hand. I stepped closer, curious and terrified. The paper was blank. I laughed, nervously. I still can't explain it. Of course it was. I turned to leave, but the hallway behind me had disappeared. Instead of the entrance, there was only a solid wall where there should have been an open passage. Silence. Complete silence. And then, a voice, barely more than a whisper, echoing from the darkness just beyond my sight. I see you. I froze. The mall was no longer just a place to pass time. It was a trap. And I had no idea who was pulling the strings. The whisper hung in the air long after it stopped, like a bad scent you couldn't shake. I see you. I stood frozen, the cold sweat gathering along my spine, my palms slick against the rough plaster of the wall. The solid surface behind me was unforgiving, no door, no crack, nothing but an unbroken slab of gray. The hallway that had been there moments ago was gone, vanished as if someone had erased it with a giant rubber. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breathing, but the air tasted stale and heavy, as if the mall itself was closing in, trapping me deeper inside. The mannequins, the shadows, that voice, I wasn't just lost, I was watched. I needed to move, but where? The dim fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting long, twitching shadows. I glanced back at the mannequin again. It was still there, unmoving but impossible to ignore. I noticed the crumpled paper in its hand, the same blank scrap I'd seen before. But now I wondered, was it really blank? Or was I just not meant to read it? I forced my legs forward, stepping cautiously around the mannequin, eyes darting for any sign of a passage or exit. Nothing but walls. The air smelled faintly of burnt popcorn and stale carpet, the kind of scent that clings to old malls left to rot after hours. My mouth was dry, tongue heavy and thick with unease. I tried the wall behind me. Cold, unyielding. My fingers traced an edge, hoping for a seam, a crack, anything to suggest a hidden door, but there was none. The silence stretched out again, broken only by the distant hum of a malfunctioning air conditioner somewhere deep in the guts of the building. I whispered, "Hello?" My voice sounded small and foreign in the cavernous space. No reply. But then, a faint shuffle. From the left corridor, a soft scrape against tile. I froze, ears straining. Was it footsteps? Or just the wind? Before I could decide, I caught movement in the corner of my eye, a flicker of pale fabric disappearing around a bend. I blinked hard, heart hammering. There was someone here. Someone walking the same maze I was trapped in. "Hey!" I called out, voice cracking with desperation. Are you real?" No answer. The footsteps stopped, then resumed, getting further away. I swallowed the lump in my throat and took a step forward, then another, pushing deeper into the shifting corridors. The mall's layout seemed to rearrange itself continuously, always folding into new angles, stores appearing and disappearing like bad memories. Each turn was more disorienting than the last. I tried to hold onto something familiar. The mannequins. They were everywhere now, lined up in shop windows, posed in frozen scenes behind glass, each dressed in clothes I recognized. Not only that, but the outfits, the poses, they were snapshots of my own life, my habits, the small routines I never thought anyone noticed. There was one with my favorite blue hoodie, that threadbare thing I wear when I want to disappear. Another, slumped at a bench, holding a coffee cup just like I do every morning. One mannequin even had a book in its hand, The Catcher in the Rye, the same dog-eared copy I read on the subway. I touched the glass of the window nearest me. Cold, hard, real. But the mannequin inside, with its blank, unreadable expression, felt like a mirror reflecting the parts of myself I'd never shared. I shivered, pulled my jacket tighter. Why? Who was doing this? Who was watching me so closely, recreating my life in this endless, twisting mall? I needed answers. I needed proof. So, I started to look for clues. Each mannequin held or wore something specific, items I recognized from my own daily life. A wristwatch, a notebook, a pair of headphones. I checked pockets, bags, the display tags. Nothing but blank price stickers. No names, no messages. Except, in one store window, a small note taped to the glass caught my eye. The handwriting was neat, precise, and unmistakably familiar. Why are you here? The question stabbed into my chest, colder than the draft that whispered through the cracked tiles beneath my feet. I glanced around, half expecting to find someone standing nearby, watching, but there was only silence. I whispered back, I don't know. No answer. I traced my steps back, trying to find the corridor where I'd seen the figure. The mall was a shifting puzzle, signs changed, colors bled into one another, the spaces stretched in impossible ways. I passed the same stores twice, their displays subtly different. One had mannequins dressed in summer clothes, then moments later I saw them again in winter coats. I caught a glimpse of myself, or what looked like me, from around a corner. A mannequin stood there, this time holding a smartphone with the cracked screen I'd been meaning to fix for weeks. I blinked, heart skipping. That phone screen, did it just light up? I moved closer, breath shallow. The screen displayed a message, "Stop looking. It's better this way." My hands trembled. I wanted to smash the glass, to scream, to run. But I stood frozen, the mall pressing in closer, the unseen eyes tracking every move. I turned away, desperate to escape the gaze of those blank faces. But the wall shifted again. A narrow passage opened where a store had been moments before. I stepped inside. It was a small cafe, closed and dark, but the scent of fresh coffee lingered faintly, too real to be imagined. On a table, a familiar object caught my attention, a folded piece of paper, different from the blank ones. I unfolded it carefully, fingers shaking. A list. Names, times, places, all things from my day-to-day life. Appointments I'd forgotten, conversations I'd had, moments no one else could know. At the bottom, a chilling line. "I know where you were yesterday. And tomorrow." The lights flickered violently. I dropped the note, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst through my ribs. The mannequins outside the cafe window seemed to lean in, their blank faces inches from the glass, as if they could watch me from both sides. I backed toward the exit, but the door slammed shut before I could reach it. The dark cafe swallowed me whole. Silence. Then, the softest whisper again, barely audible but unmistakable. "I see you." The voice was right behind me. I spun around. No one. Only the mannequins. And me, trapped in their endless, shifting maze. I needed to find a way out. Before I disappeared completely. The whisper lingered in the air, a thread of sound that tangled with the hum of the flickering lights. The mannequins outside the cafe window hadn't moved, at least, not in any way I could see. But their blank faces felt heavier, like they were absorbing the dim light and reflecting something darker back at me. I shivered and turned away. The door that slammed shut wasn't just locked. It was sealed, as if the mall itself had swallowed me whole. No handle, no crack to peek through. I pressed my hands against the cold glass, feeling the chill seep into my wrists. The faint smell of stale coffee mixed with the acrid odor of burnt plastic, something I didn't recognize but instantly hated. There was no going back. No escape. I had crossed a line I couldn't uncross. I sank to the floor, knees drawn up, trying to make sense of it all. The note, the list of names, times, places, every detail from my life, down to the conversations I barely remembered. Someone was watching me. Not just observing, but controlling. The mall wasn't random. It was a stage, and I was the unwilling actor. I ran my fingers through my hair, damp with sweat despite the cold. I didn't want to believe it. Not because it was impossible, it wasn't, but because it was terrifyingly real. Someone had planned this, knew me better than I knew myself. I forced myself to stand, the note forgotten on the floor. There had to be a pattern. A way out. I pushed the door with my shoulder again. Solid. Immovable. The mannequins, lining the walls now, caught my eye. Each one posed in a way I recognized. The woman by the directory, arms folded just like my mother when she was frustrated. The man near the food court with his hand in his pocket, leaning back, the exact posture my brother used when he was trying to hide something. I swallowed hard. Was this some kind of sick game? A twisted tribute to my life? Or a warning? I moved deeper into the mall, footsteps echoing on the shiny tiles. Every corner I turned brought new rooms, new displays, each more familiar than the last. A replica of my old bedroom, down to the faded posters on the wall. My favorite coffee shop, with the exact brand of sugar packets I used every morning. And the mannequins. Always watching. Always posed in my habits, my memories. It felt like the walls themselves were whispering secrets. The faint scratch of shoes on tile. The distant hum of a broken air conditioner. Somewhere, water dripping, steady, slow, relentless. I tried to ignore the growing knot in my stomach, but it tightened with every step. Then I saw her. Or rather, the mannequin that looked just like her. My girlfriend, except this version was frozen mid-laugh, her eyes empty and glassy. The jacket she wore was the one she'd left at my apartment last week, the one I'd stuffed into my closet without thinking. I reached out, fingers trembling. The plastic skin was cold and unyielding, but the smiles was the same. The same warmth I remembered. I stepped back, breath catching. What was the point of this? Was it mockery? A cruel joke? Or a message? A sudden noise, a soft scuff behind me, made me whirl around. Nothing. Just the mannequins. Just the mall. I swallowed the rising panic. This wasn't a dream. It wasn't a hallucination. Someone was here, somewhere, watching. I needed answers. I moved toward the directory again, the one with the woman mannequin, and noticed something I hadn't before, a small, almost imperceptible mark on the side panel. A series of tiny scratches, like someone had been counting. 1, 2, 3. 7. 7 what? Floors? Rooms? Hours? I pressed my palm to the panel, feeling the rough grooves. The flickering light above buzzed and hummed. I glanced up, catching the reflection of a shadow in the glass. Not mine, something darker, more solid. My heart jumped. I spun around. Empty hallway. No shadow. Just me, the mannequins, and the endless corridors. I took a deep breath. I had to keep moving. Sitting here wouldn't help. The mall was a trap, yes. But it was also a puzzle. And puzzles had answers. Somewhere. I started walking again, this time following the scratches on the directory's side. They led me to a service corridor, narrow, dimly lit, the walls stained with age and neglect. The floor was rough concrete, dust thick underfoot. The air smelled of mold and rust, a stark contrast to the sterile mall outside. As I moved forward, the distant sound of footsteps echoed behind me, soft, deliberate. I didn't dare look back. I quickened my pace. The corridor ended in a heavy metal door, slightly ajar. Light spilled out in a thin, golden line. I pushed the door open. Inside, a small room cluttered with monitors and wires. Screens flickered with grainy images of the mall hallways, stores, the cafe where I'd found the note. And there, in the center of the room, a figure hunched over a keyboard. I froze. The figure looked up, eyes sharp and calculating. Surprised, the voice said, calm, almost amused. You really thought you could wander through my mall without me noticing? My hands trembled, but I forced words out. Why? Why do this? The figure smiled thinly. Because you needed to understand. To see how much control you've given away. Every routine, every habit, every little detail of your life, I've been watching. Learning. Guiding. Who are you? I demanded, voice cracking. They leaned back, fingers steepled. Someone who knows what it means to be invisible. Someone who's been stuck in the shadows for too long. The reality hit me like a cold wave. This wasn't random. A stalker? An obsessed ex? A person who had constructed this elaborate prison to prove a point? I swallowed hard, the weight of the situation settling in. No one's coming to save you, they said. Not until you understand. And right now, you're at the point of no return. I glanced back toward the door. Locked. No key in sight. The monitors flickered. On one screen, a mannequin turned its head slowly toward the camera. Another whispered through the speakers, "I see you." And I realized this was far from over. The monitors kept flickering, casting jagged shadows that danced across the cracked walls. I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat thick enough to choke on. The door behind me was still locked, an unyielding barrier that made the room feel smaller, suffocating. The figure in the shadows leaned back, steepling their fingers as though they were conducting some sinister symphony. No one's coming to save you, they said. Not until you understand. And right now, you're at the point of no return. I glanced around, searching for anything to use, but the room was bare except for the flickering monitors and the faint hum of the ventilation system struggling somewhere overhead. My hands trembled, not from cold but from a creeping dread that settled like ice in my veins. Why? I managed, voice hoarse. Why go to all this trouble? What do you want from me? They smiled thinly, eyes glinting with satisfaction. You think this is about revenge or obsession? No. It's about control. Look at yourself. Every routine, every habit, every little detail of your life I've been watching. Learning. Guiding. Control. The word echoed in my mind, louder than the buzzing fluorescent lights. It was true. The mannequins. The mall itself. Every step I'd taken had been anticipated, manipulated. The layout shifting, the endless corridors, the displays that mirrored my memories, someone had choreographed this nightmare down to the smallest motion. Some part of me wanted to scream, to break something. But all I could do was breathe, shallow and rapid. The figure tapped a finger against the armrest, their gaze sharp. You think you're special? That you're in charge of your own life? Everyone is predictable. Everyone follows patterns. You just didn't see it before. I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms. What do you want me to understand? They leaned forward now, voice dropping to a whisper. That you gave it away. Bit by bit. Your routines, your habits, they're all data points. And I'm the one who collected them. I stared at the flickering screen again. On it, the mannequin shifted, mimicking a movement I recognized too well, how I pulled my jacket tighter around me when I was cold, the way I scratched my neck when nervous. It was uncanny. Terrifying. Who are you? I demanded again, but the figure only smiled. Someone who's been invisible for too long. The words sank deep, but before I could say anything else, the screens went black. Silence. Complete silence. The only sound was my ragged breathing and the distant echo of a dog barking somewhere beyond the mall's twisted corridors. I moved toward the door, pressing my ear against the cold metal. Nothing. Locked tight. No key. No escape. I felt the weight of the situation settle into my bones. This wasn't a game anymore. It was a trap, and I was the prey. Steeling myself, I stepped back into the hallway, the air thick with the scent of dust and something faintly metallic like rust or old blood. The mall had changed again. The familiar layout was gone, replaced by a maze of shifting aisles and mannequins frozen in poses that matched fragments of my past. One wore the jacket I'd bought last fall, another held a coffee cup shaped exactly like the one on my desk at work. I wanted to scream, to run, but the floors felt sticky. The dim light that cast long, dancing shadows flickered erratically, and somewhere above, a low, mechanical whirring pulsed like a heartbeat. I wasn't just lost, I was being led. I stopped in front of a display window, peering inside. A mannequin stood behind the glass, arms crossed, eyes locked onto mine. The features were eerily familiar, my mother's face. The way she frowned when she was worried. The same knitted sweater she wore on cold mornings. My chest tightened. The line between reality and this twisted mockery blurred. Was this person trying to break me? To make me question everything? I swallowed hard and forced myself to keep moving, every step measured, careful not to trigger whatever trap might be waiting. Then a voice whispered from somewhere behind a stack of mannequins. You can't hide. I spun around, heart hammering. No one. Just the mannequins, silent witnesses to my unraveling. I pressed against a wall, fingers trailing the rough plaster. The cold seeped through my jacket. Somewhere deeper inside, a part of me wanted to give in, to accept the control, the manipulation. But I couldn't. Not yet. The voice came again, clearer this time, more taunting. You think you're the one searching? I'm the one who's been watching all along. A shiver ran down my spine. The mall wasn't just a prison. It was a stage. And I was playing a role I hadn't auditioned for. I rounded a corner and froze. The mannequins ahead were arranged like a gallery of memories. My first day at college, the birthday party last year, the coffee shop where I met my best friend. Each scene painstakingly recreated. Each one a reminder that I was exposed, vulnerable. And then I saw it, a single note taped to the glass of a display case. I stepped closer, breath fogging the surface, and read it slowly. Do you want to know why? The question burned in the stale air. I wanted to tear the note down, to run, to scream. But I was rooted to the spot, drawn deeper into the darkness that stretched out before me. Because I did want to know. I had to. I folded the note carefully, slipping it into my pocket. My hands still trembled, but my legs moved forward. Somewhere in the shadows, the figure was waiting. And this time, I was ready to confront them. The fluorescent lights above sputtered, casting a jittery glow on the cracked tiles beneath my feet. I stopped, breath catching in my throat as the mall's endless corridors stretched before me, shifting again. I could feel it, the subtle rearrangement in the air, like the building itself was breathing, watching, waiting. The mannequins were still there. Always there. But now, they weren't just frozen figures in plastic and cloth. They were fragments of my life, pieces of me scattered and posed around this labyrinth. I tried to steady my hands. They trembled as I glanced down at the mannequin closest to me, a perfect replica of the jacket I wore yesterday, the same scuffed shoes, the same crumpled shirt. The face was blank, of course, but the details were too precise, too deliberate. Someone knew me. Had to. Every time I moved, the mall responded. Every time I took a step, the layout twisted and folded like a deck of cards being dealt by some unseen hand. The stale air smelled faintly of burnt coffee and antiseptic, a scent I remembered from the small cafe I used to frequent before this ordeal began. I reached out, fingertips brushing the rough fabric of the mannequin's jacket. Its coldness bit through my glove like an accusation. Why are you doing this? I whispered. No answer, just a distant hum of the ventilation system struggling against the building's shifting skeleton. I forced myself to keep moving, the sound of my steps echoing against glass storefronts now filled with mannequins posed like snapshots of my past. There, by the old bookstore, a figure sat curled on a bench, a mannequin with my mother's face. Her eyes, cold and empty, stared ahead. I swallowed hard, a wave of nausea rising. The mall wasn't only watching me, It was mocking me, twisting my memories into a grotesque exhibit. I turned a corner and almost collided with another mannequin, this one seated at a miniature desk cluttered with papers and a cracked coffee cup. It wore my usual work clothes, glasses perched on a blank nose. That scene was my routine every morning: coffee, emails, deadlines. The mannequin's head was tilted slightly, as if listening, waiting for a response I couldn't give. Then the walls shifted again. I stumbled backward, heart hammering. The corridor I just walked disappeared. In its place was a narrow hallway lined with mirrors. I stared at my reflection, then at all the other reflections, distorted and multiplied by the glass. It was like I was trapped inside myself, every angle showing a different version of who I was or who someone wanted me to be. The smell changed to a faint metallic tang, like rusted pipes leaking water. Cold droplets whispered down my neck, and I realized the ceiling was weeping condensation. The mall was alive in the worst possible way. I couldn't tell if the shifting was real or if my mind was unraveling, but I knew one thing for certain: I had to find the person behind all this. "Show yourself," I said aloud, voice cracking. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a slow clap echoed from somewhere deeper in the mall. Soft but deliberate. I followed the sound, each step cautious, ears straining for the slightest clue. The mall's layout twisted again, this time funneling me toward a wide atrium. It was a space I hadn't seen before, or maybe I had, but it had changed. The floor was patterned with a mosaic of cracked tiles, and in the center stood a lone mannequin facing me. It wore a suit, my suit from the interview I had flubbed last year. The mannequin's head was turned slightly, as if it had just noticed me. "Why?" I demanded, the word rasping out. My hands balled into fists at my sides. A door creaked open behind the mannequin, revealing a man. Not a mannequin. Real. His eyes gleamed under the harsh light, calm but unyielding. He looked tired, lines etched deep into his face, like someone who'd been waiting a long time for this moment. "I wanted you to see," he said quietly. "To understand." "Understand what?" I asked, voice trembling but steadier than before. "That you're not just a visitor here. You're part of this place. Always have been." I shook my head, stepping back. "That makes no sense." He smiled, a sad, tired smile. "It does if you listen." He pulled a chair from the side and sat down, motioning for me to do the same. My legs felt heavy, but I obeyed. In this strange place, I had no choice but to engage. Why the mannequins? The shifting corridors? I asked, voice low. He sighed. Control. Observation. You were lost, and this place, well, it's a reflection of that. The mannequins are your memories, your habits, your routines. I wanted you to see how predictable you are, how trapped you were in your own life. I stared at him, disbelief and anger rising. You trapped me here for what? A game? No game, he said softly. A lesson. You were drifting, disconnected. I thought if I forced you to confront yourself, your patterns, you might break free. I clenched my jaw. By locking me in some endless maze and stalking me with plastic dolls. He looked away, voice barely audible. It wasn't perfect. I didn't intend for it to go on this long. I swallowed hard, the weight of his words crashing down. He wasn't a monster, not in the way I'd imagined. Just a man, flawed and desperate, trying to fix something he thought was broken about me. But the damage was real. Hours, maybe days, lost in a place that warped and twisted reality until I barely recognized myself. I stood, feeling the exhaustion settle deep into my bones. Let me leave. He nodded slowly. I'll unlock the doors. But promise me something. I paused. What? Don't go back to that life without change. Don't let yourself become so lost again. It sounded like a plea, not a threat. The doors at the end of the atrium unlocked with a heavy clang. I hesitated, then stepped toward freedom. Outside, the air was cool and fresh, a stark contrast to the stale, shifting corridors I'd navigated. The sky was gray but honest, no flickering lights, no twisting walls. The mall lay behind me, silent and still. I didn't look back. My hands stopped trembling. My breath evened out. I walked away, the ache of what I'd endured settling into a dull, distant memory. The mall was gone, but its lessons weren't. I realized that control wasn't just about being watched or manipulated, it was about recognizing when to take the reins back. When to step out of the maze, even if it's been built from your own fears and routines. I tasted the sharp tang of rain in the air and let it wash over me. I was free. Finally. And I was ready to live. Story 4, Shifting Tracks, the subway's hidden passage. The subway was late again. I glanced down the tunnel, where the tracks disappeared into a black maw. There was a faint clatter, a metallic rat-a-tat that echoed off the damp walls, but it didn't sound quite right. Not the usual screech and roar of the train's approach. The sound was off, uneven somehow, like a skipping record. I shook my head, blaming the late hour and my own tired brain. I rubbed at my temples and tried to focus on the rhythm of my breathing. The platform's stale air smelled of wet concrete and the faintest trace of burnt coffee, the aroma lingering from the kiosk that had closed hours ago. I caught a hint of something else, something sharp and chemical, like cleaning solvent or maybe the residue of rust. My fingers twitched in my pockets, seeking the familiar comfort of my phone. I pulled it out, the screen cracked but still bright against the dimness. Nothing new there. No messages, no missed calls. Just the cold blue glow and the hum of distant city life leaking underground. It was the same subway line I'd taken every night for the past 6 months, almost religiously. The route was supposed to be routine, a simple passage from work to a cramped apartment on the east side. But lately, things hadn't felt routine at all. A shift in the air, a subtle wrongness that I couldn't quite name. I chalked it up to exhaustion, or maybe paranoia. People talked about the subway's quirks, delays, strange noises, odd crowds. Nothing new. Except, I remembered what the guard had muttered last week when I asked about the late trains. Something about shifting tunnels and unexplained detours. I laughed it off then. Crazy talk, I thought. The city's infrastructure doesn't just change overnight. But now, standing here, I wasn't so sure. The train arrived with a sudden whoosh, the doors sliding open with a hiss. I stepped inside, the smell of damp metal and old sweat engulfing me. The car was nearly empty, save for a woman sitting by the far window, her face obscured by a thick scarf. She was staring straight ahead, expressionless, like she was waiting for something or someone that wasn't coming. I took the seat opposite her, feeling the vibrations of the train beneath me, the faint rattling as it picked up speed. As the train moved, I watched the flickering lights overhead. They buzzed in a staccato rhythm, casting long shadows that darted and danced across the peeling walls. The woman didn't move. I tried to catch her eye, but she remained distant, unreadable. The announcement crackled through the speakers, distorted and barely audible. Next stop, Central Park. But the sign above the door blinked erratically, sometimes showing Central Park, sometimes something else, letters jumbled and nonsensical. I frowned, leaning closer. Couldn't be a glitch, could it? I pulled out my phone again and switched on the flashlight, pointing it at the sign. The letters shifted, rearranged, then settled back to Central Park. My pulse quickened. I glanced at the woman. She was gone. I blinked hard, sure I'd imagined it. But the seat was empty, the scarf crumpled and abandoned. No sounds, no footsteps, just the faint hum of the train and the distant screech of metal on metal. My hands trembled slightly as I reached out, touching the cold plastic of the seat. Nothing unusual. No sign of struggle, no dropped belongings. I swallowed hard. Maybe she got off at the last stop. But the doors hadn't opened. The train hadn't stopped. I scanned the car, heart hammering in my chest. No sign of her anywhere. I told myself to calm down. I was probably just tired. Maybe she slipped into another car when the doors opened at the station. But the thought didn't settle right. Something about the way she'd vanished, so sudden, so clean, felt wrong. I couldn't shake the image of that scarf, left behind like a forgotten dream. The train slowed, rattling to a halt at the next station. Doors slid open with a reluctant sigh. I stepped off, the platform emptier than before, the flickering lights casting eerie patterns on the walls. A faint draft stirred the stale air, carrying the distant echo of footsteps that didn't quite match my own. I checked my phone again, scrolling through the newsfeed, half expecting to see a report about a missing passenger or a strange incident underground. Nothing. Just the usual headlines, the mundane blur of daily life. I shoved the phone into my pocket and started walking toward the exit, my ears straining for any sign of movement behind me. The subway felt different tonight. Not just the late train or the odd silence. It was the way the walls seemed to lean in a little closer, the way the shadows pulled in corners where light should have reached. The smell of damp plaster mixed with something faintly metallic, like blood or iron, but I told myself that was nonsense. I wanted to believe it was just the city settling, the pipes groaning after a long day. As I climbed the stairs, a sudden flicker caught my eye, a grainy image on a wall-mounted security screen. The footage showed the same car I had just left, empty except for the scarf lying on the seat. The timestamp blinked, but the video skipped, the frames warping and bending like a heat haze. The woman was there, then not. The screen pulsed, images distorting into something unrecognizable before snapping back to normal. I stared at it, frozen. The cold sweat on my neck prickled. The thought that someone or something was watching, waiting, tightened like a noose around my chest. I stepped outside into the cool night air, the city's distant hum a strange comfort. But as I looked back toward the subway entrance, a nagging doubt settled in. Was I really the only one who saw that? Or was the subway hiding something it wasn't ready to reveal? The city's early morning chill crept through my apartment window, brushing against my skin like a warning. I sat up and pulled on my jacket, my fingers trembling just enough to make me pause. I told myself I was overreacting. Everyone leaves stuff behind sometimes. People get off trains early or get distracted. But the way the footage warped, the way the timestamp blinked out of sync, that wasn't normal. Something was off. I needed answers. Or at least a clearer picture. The subway entrance was still quiet, the streets empty except for the occasional early jogger and the distant rumble of delivery trucks. I had to get back down there before the morning rush buried whatever clues might be left. The faint smell of damp concrete and old paper hit me as I descended the stairs, mixing with the sharp scent of motor oil and something metallic I couldn't place. The air was thick, like the tunnel itself was holding its breath. I stopped at the same wall where the security monitor had been. The small screen blinked again, but this time it showed the usual feed, a static shot of the empty platform, the fluorescent lights humming steadily overhead. No glitches. No warping images. No scarf. I pressed my ear to the wall, half expecting to hear the eerie groan from the night before. Just the dull buzz of electricity and the faint echo of a train approaching in the distance. I breathed out slowly, the cold air tasting like iron on my tongue. I pulled out my phone and called Tom. He picked up after a couple of rings, his voice rough from sleep but curious. "You're up early. What's going on?" "I saw something. Last night. On the subway security feed." I kept my voice low, trying not to sound like I was losing it. "A woman disappeared. I think people might be vanishing down there." There was a pause. Then, "Are you serious?" "I am." Tom was quieter after that. "Meet me at the station. I want to see this for myself." We hung up, and I waited for the train. It arrived with a rush of wind and screeching metal, the doors sliding open with a hiss. Inside, the familiar smell of stale coffee, sweat, and old leather filled the air. I scanned the car empty except for me and the distant figure of a man sitting near the far end, his head bowed over a book. The train jolted forward, and I noticed the route on the digital map above the doors. It flickered for a moment, the line shifting colors, then settled back. But something felt wrong. The tunnel outside the windows didn't look like the usual stretch. The walls were rougher, chipped, like a maintenance tunnel, not a passenger line. And the lights fewer, dimmer, casting long shadows that moved just out of sight. I blinked, and the scene snapped back to normal, the familiar tiled walls of the 14th Street station sliding past. "Did you see that?" I whispered to no one. The man lifted his head, eyes dark and unreadable, and shook his head. I told myself it was my imagination, stress, lack of sleep. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the subway was playing tricks. Or worse, hiding something. Tom arrived 10 minutes later, pulling me aside near the security office where the footage was stored. "I pulled the tapes from the last 2 weeks," he said, scrolling through the grainy videos. "Look at this." He paused on a clip showing a lone passenger walking down a corridor that looked like any other, until the camera angle shifted and suddenly the tunnel bent at impossible angles, a warped maze of concrete and steel. The man in the video walked forward, glancing over his shoulder. Then he was gone. Just a blur, a shimmer, and then nothing. "I thought it was a glitch," Tom said, his voice tight. "But this isn't a glitch. It's deliberate." "What do you mean?" I asked, leaning closer. "I mean someone's messing with the system. Changing the way these tunnels show up on camera. Making them look one way, while the real path. Well, it's something else entirely." I swallowed hard. The idea that the subway's layout was being altered in real time, almost like a shifting labyrinth, felt like something out of a horror movie. But the footage was real. And the people who disappear? I asked. Tom shook his head. "No one's found them. Not a single trace. Just gone." The weight of that hit me like a punch. Vanished without a trace. No bodies, no clues, only distorted footage that the authorities dismissed as technical errors. I rubbed my temples. Why haven't the police done anything? Tom shrugged. They don't want to panic. Plus, who'd believe this? Some shifting tunnel swallowing people whole? Sounds crazy. Maybe because it is. I laughed bitterly. But then again, what choice do we have? If people are going missing, I want to know why. He nodded. Exactly. So, what now? I looked around the dimly lit room, the flickering monitors casting long shadows on the peeling walls. The air smelled of burnt circuits and stale coffee. My hands were clammy, but my mind was sharp. "We start by mapping the shifts," I said. "Track every change in the tunnels, every flicker on the cameras. If the subway is shifting, there has to be a pattern. Tom grinned, despite the tension. Like ghost hunters, but with less equipment and more coffee. I smiled back. I'll take it. Over the next few hours, we poured over hours of security footage, marking every distortion, every missing frame. The patterns were subtle, tunnels bending where they shouldn't, corridors looping back impossibly, platforms appearing and disappearing. It was like the subway was a living puzzle, rearranging itself in the dark. And then we found something else. A face. Just for a second. Reflected in a broken mirror on the platform. A man's face, pale and thin, eyes darting nervously. He looked around as if he was searching for someone or running from something. "Pause it," I said, freezing the frame. Tom zoomed in, enhancing the grainy image. "Who is he?" "No idea," I whispered. "But he's the first sign of a person in any of these warped sections." "Maybe he knows what's going on," Tom said. "Or maybe he's trapped too." The thought pressed against my chest, tightening like a vice. I rubbed my neck, feeling the rough stubble beneath my fingers. "Did you notice anything else?" I asked Tom. He hesitated. "Yeah. There's a timestamp anomaly. Every time the tunnels shift, the clocks on the platforms jump ahead by exactly 7 minutes. Like the whole system skips time. Time skips. That explained why some people vanished without a trace. Maybe they were caught in those shifts, stuck between moments, lost in some kind of temporal gap. But that sounded insane. Impossible. And still, the evidence was there. I glanced at the clock on the wall. 3:07 a.m. "Tonight," I said quietly, "we ride the train at 3:07. Tom looked at me, eyebrows raised. "You want to see if the tunnel shifts live?" I nodded. "We need to know what happens to the people who disappear. If we don't, more will vanish. Maybe even us." He sighed, but the resolve in his eyes matched mine. We weren't backing down. Outside, a dog barked somewhere distant. The city held its breath. The subway was waiting. And so was whatever was hiding in the shifting shadows beneath the streets. 3:07 a.m. The clock seemed to mock me with its quiet insistence. 7 minutes. That's the time jump Tom spotted every time the tunnel shifted. I stared at it like it might crack open and spill answers, but it was just a clock. A cold, indifferent thing. I rubbed my eyes, feeling the rough stubble again, the sweat cooling on my forehead. Tom was still hunched over the laptop, fingers tapping nervously on the keyboard. The grainy security footage played on the screen, looping that same warped corridor where the man him had appeared and vanished. "Look," Tom said, voice low, "if these shifts happen every night and the timestamps jump by 7 minutes, then those missing people, it's not just that they disappear. They're displaced. Temporally or spatially. Or both. Displaced." The word stuck in my throat like a bad taste. I swallowed hard. "So they don't just vanish. They get stuck somewhere?" "Exactly. But where?" Tom's eyes flicked to me, and I saw the same mix of fascination and dread mirrored in his gaze. I shook my head. "I don't know if I want to find out." We sat in silence for a moment. The only sound was the hum of the laptop and the occasional distant rumble of a train passing underground. The stale air smelled faintly of burnt coffee and old paper, the kind of smell that clings to places people forget to clean properly. "Do you think that guy in the footage knew what was going on?" I asked. Tom shrugged, running a hand through his unkempt hair. "Maybe. Or maybe he was just trying to get out." "Out?" The word felt heavier than it should. Because what if there was no out? What if the subway itself had become a trap? I glanced at the door, half expecting it to creak open. Our little corner of the world suddenly felt claustrophobic, the walls inching closer. The fluorescent light overhead flickered, casting brief shadows that danced on the cracked plaster. Have you checked the station logs? The maintenance reports? I asked. Tom nodded. Yeah. Nothing unusual. No power surges, no structural faults. The system's normal on paper. But the security cameras are all over the place. Some cameras show empty tunnels where there should be crowds. Others catch these glitches, moments where the video doubles back on itself. Like the tunnels are folding in time, I muttered. He gave a short laugh, but it was hollow. Sounds crazy, but I'm starting to think this isn't just a glitch. Someone's manipulating the system. I felt a cold spike of fear. Someone? A person? Not a ghost, not some cosmic weirdness, but an actual human pulling strings underground. Why? The question slipped out before I could stop it. Tom didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pulled up another clip, this one from a platform camera near the warped section. The image was grainy, the figure blurry, but it was clear enough, a man in his late 20s, wearing a dark jacket, pacing nervously. His movements were jittery, almost frantic. That's the guy, Tom said. The one from the other footage. I leaned closer. What's he doing? Waiting. Watching. Looking for something or someone. I frowned. Or running. The idea hung between us, thick and oppressive. We both knew that if this guy was trapped, he wasn't the only one. Others had to be. Passengers who never made it to their stops, swallowed up by shifting corridors and vanishing platforms. Have you tried tracing his route? I asked. Tom shook his head. The logs don't show it. It's like he appears out of nowhere and then disappears again. I swallowed hard. We're chasing shadows. Suddenly, the laptop screen flickered and went black. Tom cursed under his breath, jabbing at the keyboard. The room plunged into near silence, save for the faint hum of the building's ventilation. Power cut? I asked. No, the laptop's fine. He tapped the side. Someone's blocking the feed. Remote access. A slow, sinking feeling settled in my chest. Someone was watching us. Someone who didn't want us digging deeper. Great, I muttered. Now we're on their radar. Tom's jaw tightened. We need to be careful. If they can mess with our connection, they could be anywhere. I nodded, swallowing the lump rising in my throat. The subway wasn't just shifting tunnels anymore. It was a trap, a maze controlled by unseen hands, and now we'd walked straight into the middle of it. We have to get to the station, I said. Tonight. See it for ourselves. Tom hesitated. It's risky. I didn't care. We don't have a choice. If people are still trapped down there, we can't just watch from a screen. He looked at me, eyes searching. You're sure? I wasn't. But there was no turning back now. Not after seeing the footage, not after the blackout. The subway had swallowed others, and it was hungry for more. My phone buzzed an incoming message, no sender ID. I opened it reluctantly. Stop digging, or you'll disappear too. A chill ran up my spine. The subway's warped reality was no accident. Someone was orchestrating it, and now they knew we were onto them. Tom's voice was barely above a whisper. We need a plan. I swallowed again, feeling the rough stubble on my chin. First, we find that guy. If he's still alive, he might be our only way out. The clock ticked on. 3:14 a.m. 7 minutes had passed since the last shift. The point of no return was here, and I was already too deep. The clock's glow, 3:14 a.m., stared back at me, as if mocking the choice we just made. I shoved the phone into my jacket pocket. No signal down here anyway. No one to call. Just the two of us, the blackness, and whatever was waiting in those warped tunnels. All right, I said, voice rough. Let's move. Tom didn't respond right away. He glanced around, eyes flicking to every shadow, every flicker of the failing fluorescent lights overhead. The faint hum of the tracks was a low drone now, almost hypnotic. But it wasn't comforting. It was a warning. We took the stairs down, the metal steps cold and slick beneath my boots. The chill in the air, cold and heavy with silence, bit through my thin jacket, crawling up my spine. The deeper we went, the heavier the silence became. No other passengers. No distant chatter or footsteps. Just that oppressive quiet, like the entire world had folded in on itself. Did you hear about that guy? Tom whispered suddenly, breaking the stillness. The one who disappeared last week. The security footage showed him stepping onto the train, but then, nothing. Like the car just swallowed him whole. I nodded, swallowing hard. Yeah. And no one ever found him. No trace. The cameras? They all go haywire right before it happens. Tom's face was pale. Feels like the subway's turning against us. I almost laughed, but it came out as a strangled cough. I know how that sounds. We reached the platform where the last shift happened. The place was different, wrong somehow. The signs were off, the usual graffiti replaced with strange symbols, scratches more than paint etched into the concrete walls. The air smelled faintly of rust and old sweat. I stepped forward, my boots echoing loudly in the cavernous space. We need to find that guy. If he's alive, he's the key. Tom swallowed, then nodded. Yeah. But what if he's not? Then we find out what happened to him. My voice was firmer than I'd expected. We can't just let this keep happening. The flicker of a light caught my eye. Across the platform, one of the security cameras blinked erratically. I pulled out my phone, aiming the flashlight at the camera's lens. The feed on my screen was garbled, a twisted mess of static and distorted shapes. But I caught a glimpse, something moving, just beyond the wall. Look, I said, pointing. There. Tom peered over my shoulder, tension tightening his jaw. Could be him. I stepped closer, heart thudding against my ribs like a warning drum. The tiles beneath my feet were cracked, uneven, and the rough surface scraped at my palms when I knelt down to inspect the ground. They're faint footprints. Not fresh, but recent enough to suggest someone had passed this way. Suddenly, a metallic clatter echoed from the tunnel entrance. We froze. The sound was too deliberate to be random. Did you hear that? Tom hissed. I nodded, every nerve alert. Stay close. We edged toward the tunnel mouth, the darkness inside swallowing the weak beam of my flashlight. The air was colder here, damp and heavy with the scent of mildew and something else, something sharp and tangy that made my stomach twist. A faint rustling came from the shadows, barely audible but unmistakable. Hello? I called out, voice low but steady. We're not here to hurt you. No reply. Just silence. My hands trembled slightly. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. The subway had a way of distorting not just the corridors, but time and perception too. I wasn't sure if it was the cold or the fear messing with my head. "Tom," I whispered, "we need to keep moving. If he's trapped down here, he might be scared out of his mind." He nodded, wiping sweat from his brow despite the chill. "Right behind you." We stepped inside the tunnel. The walls closed in, rough concrete pressing in from the sides, the ceiling low enough to make me duck. The distant echo of dripping water was the only sound accompanying our slow progress. Our footsteps bounced off the walls, a lonely rhythm that felt like a countdown. The further we went, the more the tunnel seemed to shift beneath us. The straight lines blurred, corners that should have been right angles now slanted and stretched. Tom stopped suddenly. "Did you see that?" I squinted ahead. A faint glow pulsed irregularly, like a heartbeat, coming from a side passage that shouldn't have been there on any map I'd seen. "Where did that come from?" I muttered. "Could be a light from a phone," Tom guessed. "Or a signal flare. Maybe he's trying to get our attention." "Let's check it out," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. We turned down the side passage, walls narrowing until I could barely squeeze through. The air was thicker here, heavy with dust and the faint scent of burnt plastic. The glow grew brighter, revealing a figure slumped against the wall. He was thin, clothes torn and dirty, eyes wide with exhaustion and something else, fear, maybe panic. "Hey," I said softly, approaching him. "We're here to help." The man's head jerked up, pupils dilated, and for a moment he looked like he might bolt. But then his shoulders slumped, relief flooding his features. "Thank God," he rasped. "I thought I was alone." He swallowed hard. "They're watching." I glanced at Tom, who nodded grimly. "We need to get you out of here. Now." The man struggled to his feet, wincing as he moved. "No," he said, voice hoarse. "You don't understand. They're not just watching. They're controlling it. The tunnels, they shift because of them." "Who?" I pressed. "Who's controlling the tunnels?" He shook his head. "I don't know. But it's people. People with access, with power. They want to disappear us. To erase us." A sudden noise cut through the tunnel, a scraping, like metal on concrete, slow and deliberate. "Someone's coming," Tom said, voice low and urgent. The man's eyes darted wildly. "We have to hide. Now." We slipped into a narrow alcove, the shadows swallowing us whole. My heart hammered so loud I thought it might give us away. The footsteps grew louder, echoing closer. Then a voice, low and calm but with an edge that made my skin crawl. "Looking for someone?" I held my breath, gripping Tom's arm. The man beside us pressed back against the wall, barely daring to breathe. The light from the approaching figure's phone, or was it a flashlight, cut through the darkness, momentarily blinding me. "Don't move," the voice said again. I could feel the weight of eyes on us, cold and calculating. The man whispered, "They're here to make sure no one leaves. No witnesses." I wanted to argue, to fight back, but my mouth was dry and my hands useless. The tunnel had swallowed us whole, and now the hunters were closing in. Tom's grip tightened on my arm. The air in the subway tunnel was colder than I remembered, or maybe it was just the weight of the past week pressing down on me. I stood near the edge of the platform, the flickering fluorescent lights overhead buzzing unevenly, casting long, uncertain shadows. The smell of damp concrete mixed with faint traces of stale coffee and something metallic like old pennies left to rust. It was the same as before, but different. The way the walls seemed to lean in, the way the tiled floor shifted subtly beneath my feet, made me question every step I took. I thought this would be the last ride. The last night I followed the maze, the shifting routes that swallow people whole, the disappearing passengers, the distorted security footage no one could explain. I thought I'd find an end, or at least a way out. But here I was again. My hands trembled when I pulled my coat tighter around myself. The transit worker's words echoed in my mind. It's just the system glitching. Nothing more. I know how that sounds, like a convenient excuse to ignore the truth. But after all I'd seen, all I'd lost, I wasn't so sure anymore. The system was changing. The tunnels had a mind of their own, or maybe just the people inside them did. I glanced at the old clock mounted on the wall. 11:47 p.m. I had time. Enough to test the theory one last time. I stepped onto the train, the doors closing behind me with a smooth suction. The car was nearly empty, save for a woman in a red coat hunched over a book, a man with a briefcase who looked on edge, and a teenager tapping furiously at a phone. I chose a seat near the window, the glass cold against my knuckles. The train lurched forward, the familiar rumble beneath me. For a moment, I relaxed. Just for a moment. But then the lights flickered again. The woman's head snapped up, and the man with the briefcase shifted uneasily. The teenager looked around, eyes wide. The station names began to change on the overhead display. Names I didn't recognize. Places that didn't exist on the map. The reality tunnel was twisting once more. I swallowed hard, gripping the edge of the seat. The air grew heavier, more oppressive, like the tunnel was closing in, suffocating. The walls outside the window blurred, colors bleeding into each other. The usual hum of the train turned into a low, grinding noise, metal scraping against metal. The man with the briefcase stood abruptly, his knuckles white as he clenched his bag. "What's happening?" he asked, voice tight. "I don't know," I said. My throat was dry, my heart pounding so loud I was sure everyone could hear it. "It's the tunnel, it's shifting again." The woman closed her book slowly, her eyes dark. "It's happening to me too," she whispered. I looked at the teenager, but he was already standing, backing toward the door. "I don't want to be here," he muttered. The train slowed, grinding to a halt at a platform that wasn't on any official schedule. The air was colder still. The platform was deserted except for a single figure standing near the far end, a man in a dark coat, his face obscured in shadow. Something about him made my skin crawl. The man with the briefcase moved toward the door, but I grabbed his arm. "Wait. Don't go." He swallowed, eyes flicking to the shadowed figure. "Why not?" "Because I think that's what's been taking people." The woman nodded. "I saw him. On the footage. He's always there. Watching." The teenager was shaking now, voice barely audible. "We should get out of here." I looked back at the shadowed man. He didn't move, didn't blink. The silence stretched, thick and heavy. Then, slowly, he began to walk toward us. My breath caught. My body wanted to run, but my mind was frozen, trying to piece together what this meant. Was he responsible for the disappearances? Was he the reason the tunnels twisted, trapping people inside? The man stopped just short of the train doors. "You don't belong here," he said, voice calm but firm. "This place isn't for you." "Who are you?" I asked, voice trembling. He didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small device, like a pager or some old communication tool. He pressed a button, and the platform lights flickered again. Suddenly, the world shifted. The train doors slid open without a sound, and the car was plunged into darkness. The hum of the train vanished, replaced by a ringing in my ears. I closed my eyes against the sudden disorientation. When I opened them, the platform was gone. We were back in the station I'd known from the start, the one with the peeling paint and the flickering lights overhead. The shadowed man was nowhere to be seen. The woman in the red coat let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. The teenager slumped against the wall, pale. The man with the briefcase looked like he might be sick. I rubbed my hands on my jeans, trying to steady them. What just happened? The woman shook her head. I don't know. Maybe he's part of the system. Or maybe he's just tired of it all. I thought about all the missing people, the footage that showed them walking into empty tunnels, the way the trains bent and warped reality. And yet, here we were alive. Together. Maybe it wasn't about fighting the tunnels. Maybe it was about understanding them. About finding the people caught in the cracks and helping them back. I looked at the others. We were shaken, sure, but still whole. There was a quiet strength in that, a fragile hope. Let's get out of here, I said finally. Together. We stepped out of the train and onto the platform, the cold air biting but real. The city outside waited, gritty, unpredictable, but solid. I didn't know if the tunnels would ever stop shifting. I didn't know if the disappearances would end. But I knew this much. I wasn't going to let the darkness swallow me whole. As we walked toward the exit, the distant sound of a dog barking, a rough, hopeful noise, carried through the night. The lights above flickered once more, then steadied. Silence. Complete silence. And then, finally, a steady rhythm, the pulse of a city that refused to give up. Story 5, vanished in the blizzard, footprints beyond reality. The snow started falling just after noon, light at first, like a careless whisper against the window pane. I remember thinking how quiet everything was. Not the kind of quiet that feels peaceful, but the kind that presses against your ears until you start noticing the tiny, odd sounds you usually tune out. A distant dog barking once, the scraping of a branch against the side of the house, the faint hum of the heater kicking on. There was a rhythm to it, like the neighborhood was holding its breath. The sky thickened quickly. Within an hour, the gentle flakes had turned into a relentless blizzard, the kind where the world outside disappears under a blanket of white. I stood by the window, watching as the familiar shapes of the houses across the street blurred and then vanished altogether. It was strange to see landmarks I had known since childhood simply dissolve into the storm, like they'd never been there at all. At first, I shrugged it off as a trick of the weather whiteout conditions, I told myself. Still, as I pulled the curtains aside, my fingers stiff from cold, I caught a glimpse of something or someone moving beyond the trees. A shadow, maybe. Or a figure wrapped in a heavy coat, trudging through the snow, but the shape didn't quite fit the landscape. It was off-kilter, as if the world behind it had shifted. I squinted hard, but when I blinked, the figure was gone. I shook my head and laughed quietly. Just the storm playing games, I muttered, but my voice sounded strange in the hush of the house. The light flickered for a moment, and the heater's steady hum dipped, replaced by a low, almost imperceptible creak. The kind of sound old houses make when they're settling, but still, it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I wrapped myself tighter in my cardigan and sat back down, trying to ignore the gnawing feeling that something was slightly wrong. It wasn't fear exactly, more like a quiet confusion, the kind you get when your brain knows the puzzle pieces don't quite fit, but you can't figure out why. The power blinked out briefly, plunging the room into a dull gray shadow. I reached for my phone, hoping for a weather update or a simple reassurance that the world outside was still as it should be. No signal. Nothing but the spinning wheel of a frozen map, the roads and streets vanishing under the snow's relentless advance. I decided to go outside. I know how that sounds reckless, maybe, but I needed to see something solid, something real. The back door creaked as I pushed it open, and a wave of cold hit me, sharper than I expected. The snow was thick on the ground, soft and untouched, except for one set of footprints leading away from the house. Not mine. I followed them hesitantly, boots crunching in the fresh snow. The footprints were too large for my own, deep and firm, like someone had stomped through despite the storm. They led me toward the end of the street, where the street lamp flickered weakly, the dim light barely cutting through the white haze. But then the street curved differently. I stopped, blinking hard. The familiar corner store, the one with the red door and the cracked window, was gone. In its place was a blank stretch of snow-covered pavement, as if the building had never existed. My hands trembled. I turned to look back the way I'd come, but now even my own house looked wrong. The porch steps were missing, replaced by a smooth snowdrift, and the windows were dark and empty. I swallowed hard. That can't be, I whispered, forcing myself to take a deep breath, the cold air biting at my lungs. The footprints continued, heading into parts of the neighborhood I thought I knew well, but every turn brought more confusion. Trees appeared where there were none, fences ended abruptly, replaced by open fields blanketed in white. The world was shifting beneath my feet, peeling back like a poorly glued wallpaper. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but my phone still had no signal. The blizzard swallowed the usual sounds of the neighborhood. No cars, no voices, just the relentless wind and the scratch of snow against my coat. I tried to steady my breathing, the chill turning my fingers numb, and then I heard it, a faint voice carried on the wind, distant but unmistakable. A woman calling out, her tone urgent but trembling. I called back, my voice cracking. Hello? Is someone there? The snow swallowed my words, and the voice didn't come again. I wanted to turn back, to run inside and lock the door, but curiosity rooted me in place. What was happening? Had the storm somehow erased the world I knew? Or was I losing my mind in the silence? The weight of the isolation pressed down on me, colder than the snow. I brushed a strand of wet hair from my eyes and took a step forward, deeper into the shifting landscape. The blizzard wasn't just a storm anymore. It was something else, something that bent the world until it didn't make sense, until I wasn't sure if what I saw was real or a trick of my own unraveling mind. And somewhere in that vast, white silence, I knew I wasn't alone. A faint, rhythmic sound echoed through the howling wind, a heartbeat in the void that pulled me onward, trembling with both fear and hope. The wind's howl didn't let up. I should have gone back inside the warmth of the house. The kettle was probably boiling dry by now. But that voice, the woman's voice calling out, had rooted itself in my mind, a frayed thread pulling me past reason. I had to know if someone else was out there, stuck in this distorted storm with me. I grabbed my coat, the thick wool rough against my skin, and pulled the hood tight. The snow wasn't just falling, it was devouring everything in sight, turning familiar shapes into ghostly silhouettes. I stepped out, boots crunching over the icy ground, and the cold hit me like a wall. It smelled sharp, like frozen pine, and something metallic, faint but unmistakable, like the scent of old pennies. I swallowed hard, tasting the cold in my mouth, and started walking. The street was empty. No headlights, no footsteps but my own. Still, the blizzard peeled at the edges of the world, and landmarks I counted on were gone. The small bakery where I bought coffee every morning had vanished, just a blank wall where it used to be. I blinked, turning around, but nothing changed. The space was empty, as if the building had been erased. I tried to steady my breathing, but the cold burned my lungs. I kept moving, drawn toward the distant sound I caught earlier, a faint pulse beneath the wind. It was rhythmic, almost mechanical, like the muffled beating of a drum under layers of snow. Then I saw it, just beyond the corner where the street bent sharply. A figure. A woman, wrapped in a thick scarf and coat, her face pale and drawn, She was crouched beside a mailbox, digging frantically through the snow with gloved hands. When she looked up and saw me, her eyes were wide, wild. Relief and panic tangled in her gaze. "Thank God," she said, voice brittle. "You're here." I hesitated, scanning the empty street behind her. Who are you? What's going on?" She didn't answer right away. Instead, she stood, brushing snow off her coat, then glanced over her shoulder. "They're coming. You don't have much time." I frowned, my heart skipping. "Who's coming? What do you mean?" She took a step closer, lowering her voice. "You won't see them in the storm. They move between the light, like shadows in the fog. I don't know how, but they're here. Watching." "Watching what?" I asked, but the words felt hollow even as they left my mouth. Her gaze dropped to the mailbox she'd been pawing through. A crumpled envelope sat half buried in the snow. She pulled it free, holding it out like a lifeline. "These started showing up this morning. Notes, warnings. No address. Just messages. They say the world's breaking, that the storm's not natural, and that we're not safe." I stared at the envelope, the edges soaked and smeared. The ink was smudged but readable. "Don't trust what you see. They are not far." A shiver ran down my spine, colder than the wind biting at my neck. "Who's they?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She shook her head. "I don't know. People have been disappearing since the storm started. Some say it's just the weather, but I think it's more. Like the blizzard is covering something up, or maybe tearing it away." I swallowed hard, the taste of copper sharp on my tongue. "Disappearances? Around here?" Her eyes flicked toward the street again. "Yes. The old park, the river trail. Places that should be easy to find, but now erased. People walk there and never come back." I shivered, not just from the cold. The thought of familiar places vanishing, swallowed by the storm, pressed tight against my chest. I thought it was just me. I saw the bakery disappear. She nodded grimly. "You're not crazy. The storm's peeling back the world, layer by layer. I've been trying to map it, but it's too unpredictable. You can't trust your senses anymore." Her words sank in slowly, like ice melting against my skin. The idea that the world itself was shifting, unraveling under the weight of the storm, was terrifying. But more than that, the idea that some unknown force, some people, maybe were using the storm to hide their moves, to prey on the lost and the wandering, sent a spike of panic through me. I glanced down the street. The snow had thickened, swirling faster, and the streetlights flickered again, shadows stretching and twisting in the whiteout. The rhythmic sound I'd been following was still there, faint but steady, like a heartbeat beneath the storm. "Do you have a name?" I asked, trying to anchor myself to something real. She hesitated, then said, "Claire." "Okay, Claire. We need to figure out what's happening. Together." Her eyes flicked over me, a hint of gratitude and caution. "I've been keeping track. There's a pattern to the disappearances. They happen near landmarks that flicker, like the bakery or the old fire station. Places where reality seems to slip." I rubbed my temples, the cold making my fingers numb. "How do you know about the fire station?" "That place closed years ago." Claire's voice dropped. "Because it was the last place my brother was seen. 2 days ago. He went out into the storm and never came back." A sudden tightness gripped my throat. I wanted to reach out, to say something that would fix it, but nothing came. We moved together then, pacing the shifting cityscape, Claire's map scribbled on a scrap of paper clutched in her gloved hands. The snowstorm was relentless, and the world around us flickered and folded like a bad signal, but the two of us were real. At least, I hoped we were. We stopped near the corner of Elm and Fifth, where the streetlight buzzed weakly. Claire pointed to the map. Here's the pattern. Each disappearance happens within a few blocks of these flickering lights. They're not random. Someone's controlling the storm's edges, bending what we see. I shook my head, trying to grasp it all. But why? What would they want? She looked away, voice low. Power. Control. Or maybe just to hide something. I've been following rumors, people who've seen strange figures out there, moving between the white. Not just shadows, but real people, using the storm like a cloak. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste returning. So, it's not the storm itself. It's people. Claire nodded. And they're dangerous. Not with tool, but with manipulation. They make you doubt everything. Your senses, your memories. You start questioning what's real, and that's when they get you. A sudden gust rattled the street sign above us, snow whipping into my face. I blinked through the sting, heart hammering. I wanted to argue, to say I wasn't afraid, but the cold had already taken hold of my bones. We need proof, I said. Something concrete. If we're going to survive this, we can't just guess. Claire hesitated, then pulled a small camera from her pocket. I've been taking pictures. The flickers show up on film, even if you don't see them clearly with your own eyes. Maybe if we document it, we can understand what's happening. I nodded, the weight of that tiny device suddenly heavy in my hand. A small beacon of reason in a storm that was tearing the world apart. Together, we started moving again, the flickering streetlights guiding us through the blizzard's white maze. The rhythmic pounding sounded closer now, a steady pulse beneath the wind. I couldn't tell if it was coming from the storm or something else entirely. The wind whistled louder, swallowing the silence between us like a beast with a growing appetite. Snow swirled in wild spirals, blurring the edges of the street, the houses, even the streetlights that flickered weakly overhead. Claire's words hung in the air, heavy and impossible to shake, people using the storm as a cloak, twisting reality, making you doubt everything. I rubbed my cold hands together, trying to will warmth back into my fingers, but the chill had already settled deep in my bones. We need proof, I repeated, voice barely above the howl outside. If we can't prove it, no one will believe us. Especially when everything looks like a lie. Claire's eyes darted toward the cracked window of the old bakery across the street. Its sign was barely visible through the whiteout, the neon letters sputtering like a dying heartbeat. I know a place, she said quietly, voice a notch lower, where they've been caught on camera. Not much footage, just snippets. But it's enough to know they're real. I blinked, trying to push back the growing fog in my mind. Where? An abandoned warehouse on the edge of town. It's a stretch, but it's the only spot that keeps showing up in these weird sightings. She glanced at me, a flicker of urgency behind her tired eyes. If we can get there before the storm gets worse, maybe we can see for ourselves. I hesitated. The snow had already started to pile up in thick, uneven layers on the ground. The roads were disappearing fast. The idea of wandering into the storm felt like stepping off a cliff with no promise of a net. But something inside me, maybe stubbornness, maybe desperation, pushed me forward. Let's do it, I said finally, voice steady despite the tremor in my chest. Claire nodded, pulling her coat tighter around her. We moved fast. No stopping. We shoved open the heavy door of the shop where we'd been huddled moments ago, stepping into the biting air. The cold was immediate, sharp enough to bite through layers of clothing. Snowflakes melted against my face, turning to icy pinpricks on my skin. The street was barely a shadow beneath the storm's white curtain. Our footsteps crunched unevenly on the frozen pavement, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see figures lurking just beyond the veil of white. But there was nothing, no shapes, no movement, just a relentless roar of wind and the endless swirl of snow. "Do you really think they're out here?" I asked, voice low, almost swallowed by the noise. Claire didn't answer right away. Her eyes narrowed, scanning the shifting shapes of buildings that seemed to drift slightly out of place, as if the world itself was bending under the storm's weight. "They don't always show themselves," she said finally. "But the blizzard is their cover. They know how to use it." I swallowed hard, the metallic bitterness rising again at the back of my throat. If they're so good at hiding, how do we even know where to look? She pulled a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket, edges damp and curling. "This," she said, voice low. "An old map with markings from a local group tracking the disappearances. The warehouse is here." She tapped a spot near the river, where the city's edge blurred into frozen marshland. I looked at the map, the lines smeared by the damp, the landmarks fuzzy in the storm's distortion. The street names didn't quite match what I saw outside. A block that should have held a park was now a cluster of empty lots. A familiar diner vanished, replaced by an unmarked gray building. My stomach twisted. The world wasn't just hidden beneath the snow. It was shifting under us. I know how that sounds. I blinked, trying to steady my gaze, but the shapes around me flickered like a bad TV signal. "Are you sure this is the right way?" I asked, voice cracking. Claire's jaw tightened. "There's no other choice." We plunged forward, the wind biting through gloves and scarves. The cold was relentless, a living thing pressing against my skin, filling my lungs with icy fire. Every step felt heavier, the snow beneath us swallowing our footprints almost as soon as we made them. The city faded behind us, replaced by twisted streets I barely recognized. The blizzard peeled away the familiar, like layers of an onion revealing something rotten beneath. I kept expecting to see a face watching us from the shadows, or hear a voice whispering just out of reach. Instead, there was silence. Complete silence. That silence was worse. After what felt like hours, the warehouse appeared an enormous hulking shape, half buried in snow, windows dark and cracked. It was older than I'd imagined, the brickwork stained and crumbling. The air smelled like rust and mold, a sharp contrast to the clean, biting scent of snow outside. Claire hesitated at the rusted gate, pulling a flashlight from her bag. The beam cut a narrow path through the white, revealing twisted metal and forgotten debris. "This is it," she said. "If anyone's been caught on camera, it's here." I nodded, swallowing the lump of fear lodged in my throat. The cold made my teeth chatter. My fingers trembled as I pulled my coat tighter. We slipped inside, the door creaking on rusty hinges. The darkness swallowed us whole. The flashlight's beam danced across peeling paint, broken crates, and graffiti scrawled in hurried, uneven letters. They watch. Trust no one. The storm hides more than snow. Unease settled over me like a second skin. This place wasn't just abandoned, it felt watched. Empty, but waiting. Claire led the way, her breath visible in the cold air, footsteps echoing softly. Suddenly, the beam caught something, a flicker of movement, a shadow slipping behind a stack of crates. My heart jumped. "Did you see that?" She nodded, voice barely a whisper. "They're here. Watching." The sound of shuffling feet, faint but definitely human, echoed somewhere deeper in the warehouse. Not close. Not far. Just out of sight. "We shouldn't be here," I said, voice tight. This isn't safe. Claire shook her head. We need to know. We can't run now. A sudden slam echoed from the far end of the building. My breath hitched. The flashlight wavered in my grip. Who's there? Claire called, voice steady but low. No answer. Just silence. Then, faintly, a voice cracked through the cold air, hoarse and distant. You shouldn't have come. I swallowed hard. The words weren't shouted, but they carried weight, warning, threat, something I couldn't place. The storm outside pressed against the walls, but inside, the cold had a new edge, sharp, deliberate. Claire's eyes met mine, wide and unblinking. We've crossed a point of no return, she said. I nodded, heart pounding like a drum in my ears. There was no turning back. The blizzard wasn't just a storm anymore. It was a trap, and we were caught inside its teeth. As we moved deeper into the warehouse, the boundaries of reality stretched thinner. The walls seemed to close in, the shadows lengthened and twisted. Somewhere beyond the white noise of the storm, something waited. And it wasn't just the cold. The shuffling sound came again, closer this time. Slow, deliberate. Somewhere between a shuffle and a crawl. My breath hitched, caught in my throat. Claire's flashlight wavered as she adjusted her grip, eyes darting toward the dark corners beyond the crates. I pulled my coat tighter, the cold biting through the fabric despite the layers beneath. The warehouse smelled of mildew and rust, the damp earth beneath our boots sucking away warmth like a living thing. They're not just watching, Claire whispered, barely audible over the storm's furious howl outside. They're waiting. For something. I swallowed hard, the metallic tang of fear coating my mouth. The blizzard's whiteout had already peeled back the world's edges, twisting familiar streets into a maze where nothing stayed fixed. Now, trapped in this forsaken building, the threat felt immediate, pressing in from all sides like the cold itself had a pulse. Do you think they're armed? I asked, my voice too loud in the silence that followed. Claire shook her head slowly. No, but that doesn't mean they're harmless. Her words hung in the air. No tool, no explicit threats, but the tension was a living thing, thick and suffocating. The storm outside drowned out all other sounds, but in here, every creak, every whisper of movement seemed amplified. I could feel it in my bones. We were intruders in a space no one wanted disturbed. I stepped forward, the flashlight beam cutting a shaky path through the gloom. The crates loomed like silent sentinels, their rough surfaces scraped and scarred, evidence of hurried, desperate hands. A sudden clatter echoed from the far corner, metal against concrete, and I froze. Claire's breath hitched next to me. Stay close, I said, voice rough. We moved together, slow and cautious, toward the noise. Each step felt heavier, the floor beneath slick with something damp. Water? Oil? I couldn't tell. The air was thick, oppressive, carrying a faint scent of burnt plastic and something acrid I couldn't place. My skin prickled, goosebumps rising despite the cold. Then, just beyond a stack of crates, a figure emerged. Not fully visible, just a shadow framed by the dim light. The person was hunched, clothing ragged, eyes glinting with a strange intensity. The blizzard outside made the edges of their form blur, as if the storm was swallowing them into the shadows. Who's there? Claire's voice cut through the silence, sharp and resolute. The figure didn't answer. Instead, they took a slow step forward, and the floorboards groaned beneath them. My pulse quickened. Something was wrong. This wasn't just someone hiding or scavenging. There was a purpose, an intent. I don't want trouble, I said, hands raised slightly, more as a gesture than a plea. The figure stopped, then almost imperceptibly shook their head. Then a voice, low and cracked, spilled out. You shouldn't be here. The words were simple, but the weight behind them was immense. Not a threat shouted, but a warning whispered from the edge of something darker. I glanced at Claire. Her eyes met mine, fear, yes, but also a fierce determination. We had come too far to turn back now. Why? I asked, stepping a bit closer, trying to keep the flashlight steady despite my trembling fingers. What are you hiding? The thought chilled me to the bone. The figure hesitated, then moved aside just enough to reveal another person crouched behind them, smaller, younger, eyes wide and scared. A girl. No older than 10. Her breath came fast, visible in the cold air like smoke. Suddenly, the weight of the situation crashed down on me. This wasn't some random stranger. These were people trapped here, hiding from something or someone. The storm had peeled back more than reality. It had exposed fractures in the lives around me, cracks filled with fear and desperation. We're not your enemies, Claire said softly, stepping forward, voice gentle. We just want to understand. The older figure shook their head again, eyes flicking toward the warehouse entrance like expecting someone or something. You don't understand. No one does. Not out there, and not in here. A sharp noise, something like a scraping sound, scratched at the far wall. All three of us turned toward it, breath caught in our throats. The flashlight flickered, then dimmed, casting the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, into near darkness. The storm's howl seeped inside, mingling with the quickened breaths and pounding hearts. We have to move, the older figure said, urgency breaking through the quiet. They'll come. Who? I asked, but the answer was lost in the sudden rush of footsteps, faster now, echoing through the warehouse like the beat of a warning drum. Claire grabbed my arm. This way. We darted between crates, the floor slick beneath our boots. The storm's fury pressed against the thin walls, a relentless roar that drowned out everything but the pounding in my chest. I could taste the cold in my mouth, sharp and biting, and the acrid scent of smoke teased my nostrils again. Around us, the warehouse shifted. At least, I thought it did. Shapes blurred, lines warped. A crate that had been to our left now seemed impossibly far ahead. The ceiling sagged, or maybe my mind was tricking me. I blinked, and the world snapped back into place, or something close to it. I caught a glimpse of the girl's terrified eyes, shining in the flashlight's glow. Something about her made me realize this wasn't just about survival. It was about trust. Or the desperate lack of it. We can't get out this way, the older figure whispered. They control the exits. My stomach twisted. The storm was a cage, but these people, these shadows, were the real trap. The snow had finally stopped. Not with a gentle easing, like a breath after a long run, but all at once a hard, sudden silence that fell over the world and made it feel empty in a way I hadn't expected. I opened the door of the cabin and stepped outside, the cold biting through my coat, sharp and immediate. The sky was a blank sheet of gray, low and oppressive, but the wind had died. No more howling, no more the relentless hiss of powder against wood and glass. Just a frozen hush. I blinked, trying to make sense of what I saw, but the landscape wasn't quite right. The snow had piled high, sure, but the landmarks I'd relied on to keep my bearings were missing or warped. The old barn I'd passed the day before had vanished entirely. In its place was a twisted mass of shadows and snowdrifts that looked like a crude sculpture someone had left behind. The road, which should have stretched straight ahead, was now a jagged line, disappearing into a cluster of trees that seemed unnaturally close, as if the world had folded inward on itself. I swallowed hard. The storm had peeled back the familiar layers of this place like old wallpaper, revealing something beneath that refused to stay still. The horizon flickered and shifted, and every time I thought I spotted the ridge that would lead me home, it slipped away like mist. I rubbed my hands on my coat sleeves, feeling the rough fabric rasp against my skin. The air smelled of cold earth, damp pine, and something faintly metallic like old blood or rusted iron left out in the rain. It was unsettling, but I pushed the thought away. I had to keep moving. A crunch startled me. Footsteps, quick, light, coming from the east. My heart stuttered, then picked up pace. I wasn't alone out here. Not with the world folding around me like this. Hello? My voice sounded small, wavering against the vast quiet. Is someone there? No answer. Just the faint sound of snow settling, the way it does when a flake lands on a frozen branch. I pressed on, trying to follow the road, or what I thought was the road. Every few steps, a patch of ground would feel spongy beneath my boots, as if the earth had softened, then hardened again. The whiteout had stripped away the usual cues, no familiar trees, no distant houses with flickering lights, no street signs buried beneath the drifts. I stopped, breathing hard. The cold had seeped into my bones, but it wasn't just the temperature. It was the way the world refused to behave. Like reality itself was a cracked mirror, reflecting parts of the landscape correctly but twisting others into something unrecognizable. The thought made my stomach tighten. I wanted to scream. To wake up from this nightmare that wasn't a nightmare because it was real enough to hurt. But I forced the sound back down. I had to stay calm. I had to think. I pulled my phone from my pocket. The screen was cracked, dark. No signal. Not surprising. I tucked it away and looked up. The sky was thick with clouds again, purple in the fading light. I could feel the night coming. The last thing I wanted was to be caught out here after dark. A sudden movement caught my eye, a figure, distant and hazy. They were standing just beyond a clump of snow-covered bushes, watching me. I squinted, unsure if it was real or just another trick of the distorted landscape. Hey! I called out, voice firmer this time. Can you help me? No response. The figure didn't move, didn't even blink. Just stood there, silent and still. I swallowed hard and took a slow step forward. The snow crunched beneath my boots, loud in the quiet. The figure shifted, then disappeared. Vanished into the swirling white. My heart hammered. I wanted to turn and run, but my legs felt leaden, stuck in place. The blizzard had folded the world until it was no longer a place but a maze of uncertainty and fear. I was a stranger in my own reality. I forced myself to keep walking, each step a battle against the cold, the isolation, the creeping feeling that the world was closing in. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time lost meaning in the snow. The cold numbed my fingers and toes, and I could taste salt and frost on my lips. Then, through the mist, I saw it again, a faint glow, soft and warm, like a candle flickering in a window. My breath caught. A house. A real house. I stumbled toward it, hope rising in my chest. The door was cracked open, light spilling out onto the porch, illuminating the snow like a beacon. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and something else, cooked food, maybe stew. The warmth hit me like a wave, and I sank onto the floor, the bite of the cold retreating. A woman appeared in the doorway, her face lined and worn, eyes sharp but kind. She didn't ask questions, just handed me a blanket and a cup of something hot that burned my throat in the best way. We didn't speak much. No need. The silence was comfortable, shared. I watched the fire dance in the hearth, the shadows flickering across the walls. Outside, the storm had passed, but the world remained fragile, untrustworthy. I looked at her and realized something. The blizzard hadn't just peeled back the layers of the world, it had stripped away my illusions too. The landmarks I trusted, the sense of certainty, the safety of routine, they were all fragile. Reality was a thin skin stretched over chaos. And sometimes, the chaos showed through. But here, in this small cabin, with the warmth of a stranger and the steady crackle of the fire, I found something else. A moment of stillness. A place where the world, for a time, made sense again. I didn't know what tomorrow would bring. The snow might shift everything once more, and I might lose my way again. But for now, I was safe. I was seen. And that was enough. The woman smiled softly and said, "You're not alone. Not out here." Her words settled around me like the snow outside, quiet, insistent, real. I nodded, feeling the weight of the storm lift, if only just. The world was broken. And I was broken too. But maybe, just maybe, we could both hold on long enough to find a way back. Story 6, The Mimic's Call, Voices from the Locked Door. The first thing I noticed that morning was the smell. Not the usual antiseptic bleach that clings to hospital walls like a stubborn ghost, but something faintly metallic, almost coppery, drifting down the corridors where the janitor's mop had just been set aside. It wasn't unpleasant. Just out of place. I stood by the nurse's station, hands curled around the plastic cup of lukewarm coffee, and tried to place it. Maybe a burst pipe somewhere, or an old radiator finally giving up its rust. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, its second hand scraping the face with a soft but insistent rhythm. I worked the night shift in the hospital's psych ward. Not exactly the kind of place you'd expect to find quiet or calm, but between rounds, in those early hours, there was a brittle kind of stillness. A thin layer of exhaustion mixed with sterile air and the occasional distant beep from machines in rooms down the hall. The fluorescent lights above hummed faintly, their buzz steady and almost comforting in its predictability. I sipped my coffee again, grimaced at the taste, then set the cup down on the counter. The surface was cold and a little sticky from some earlier spill. I rubbed at it absently, watching the tiny droplets bead and spread. The ward was half empty tonight. A handful of patients, mostly stable, or at least stable enough to not require constant supervision. That didn't mean it was quiet in the way people outside the hospital might think. There's always noise if you listen close, the shuffle of shoes, muffled voices through walls, the occasional cough that sounds too sharp, too sudden. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a quick vibration that made me jump a little. Not much sleep last night. I pulled it out, expecting a text from my sister or maybe an update from the day's shift. Instead, it was an unknown number. I hesitated. Usually, I ignore calls from strangers, especially in the middle of a shift. But something about the way the screen glowed made me tap accept. "Hey, you there?" The voice was warm, familiar. Too familiar. I blinked, confused for a moment. It was Mark's voice. Mark, my best friend since college, the one who always had a joke ready even when things looked bleak. "I'm just down the hall. You got a minute?" I glanced toward the hallway leading to the patient rooms. No sign of him. He was off-site today, I was sure of it. "Mark? You sure? I thought you were off today." A pause. Then the same voice, clearer now. Yeah, changed my mind. Something's up. You better come check it out." I frowned, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. "What's up?" "Where exactly?" "Behind the supply closet door, near the east wing." "Hurry, okay?" The line went dead before I could say more. My hands trembled slightly as I shoved the phone back into my pocket. The supply closet was locked. Always locked. Only housekeeping and a few staff had keys. And Mark? He definitely didn't have one. I told myself it was a prank. A misdial, maybe. but the voice was unsettlingly perfect. My pulse quickened as I debated calling him back, but the number was already gone from the recent calls list. I took a deep breath, forcing my fingers to stop shaking. The hospital felt colder now, the lights flickering once in the corridor as I headed toward the supply closet. The metallic smell was stronger here, almost pungent. I glanced around the empty hallway, the linoleum floor shining faintly under the dim lights. No one in sight. I pressed my ear to the door. Silence. Complete silence. Then my phone buzzed again. Another call. Another unknown number. "Hey, it's Jen," the voice said, softer this time, almost hesitant. Jen, my coworker, the one who usually covered the day shift. "I left something in the break room. Can you grab it for me? Please?" I swallowed hard. Jen was off sick today. I knew that. This had to be a joke. "I'm not in the break room," I said, voice low. "Just for a second. It won't take long." The voice was exact, down to the slight catch she had when she laughed. I took a step back, heart thudding painfully against my ribs. Something wasn't right. I wanted to call the security desk, to tell someone, but who? This had to be some kind of sick trick. My fingers found the key ring hanging on the wall by the station. But I didn't move. The break room was a few doors down, past the nurse's lounge. I pictured Jen sitting at the table, sipping her cold tea, scrolling on her phone. But I knew she wasn't. The voice was a recording. Or worse, something else. The idea made a cold sweat break out across my back. I turned away from the door. The hospital's hum seemed louder now, the overhead lights flickering again, casting long shadows across the walls. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the thin fabric doing little to keep the chill at bay. I tried to shake it off. Maybe I was imagining things. The tiredness, the stress of the last few weeks. Everyone's been on edge with the flu season ramping up and the new electronic record system acting up. But a caller with voices so close to home? That was something else. I glanced back at the supply closet door, the small rectangular window dark and opaque. No one on the other side. No one. The phone buzzed again. Crazy, right? I stared at the screen, reluctant. This time, no voice. Just a recorded message, the kind you might hear on a voicemail. "Don't be afraid," it said, calm and measured. The tone was almost soothing, but the words felt like a warning. "Come to the East Wing. We're waiting." I dropped the phone onto the counter, the plastic case rattling softly. My breath caught in my throat. The metallic smell seemed sharper now, weaving into the sterile hospital air like a thread of something poisonous. I looked around the empty ward, shadows pooling in corners, the faint buzz of the ventilation system the only sound. The hospital had always felt like a maze at night, endless corridors folding into themselves, rooms that felt like traps if you stayed too long. My hands still shook. The voices on the phone replayed in my mind, too clear, too real. Someone knew me, knew my friends, knew my routine, and they wanted me to follow. I didn't move for a long moment. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead again, and I wondered how long I'd stay standing before I had to run. No turning back now. The phone lay face down on the counter, plastic slick beneath my trembling fingers. I stared at the pale walls, the flickering fluorescent lights overhead humming faintly, their inconsistent buzzing like a warning signal. The stale air pressed against my skin, colder than usual, as if the building itself was holding its breath. I wasn't going to stand frozen like this forever. Something had to be done. I grabbed my phone, fingers fumbling over the screen. No new messages, No missed calls. Just silence. I didn't want to go to the East Wing, but I knew that ignoring it wasn't an option. Not yet. Morning came with a gray drizzle washing the hospital windows. The soft patter of rain tapped against the glass, a muted percussion that somehow made the building feel even more isolated. The day's shift was bustling, but I couldn't shake the weight of the night's events. I found myself hovering near the nurse's station, watching faces I'd known for years, searching for any sign that someone else might have noticed the strange calls. Most of the staff seemed oblivious or unwilling to talk about it. There was an unspoken rule, I realized, a kind of collective denial that hung over the hospital like a shroud. When I asked around, glancing at the flicker of uneasy glances or barely concealed sighs, it became clear nobody wanted to admit the problem out loud. I cornered Maria during her break, the one nurse who'd always been a bit more straightforward. She wiped her hands on her uniform, eyes darting nervously. "Maria, have you heard anything strange? Calls? Voices?" She hesitated, biting her lip. "Look, I don't want to freak you out, but yeah. Some of the night staff have been complaining about weird phone calls. Sounds like, well, someone pretending to be a friend, but it's not." She glanced over her shoulder. "Hospital's on edge. No one wants to make it official. Too many questions. Do you think it's the same person? Using voice recordings or something?" Maria shrugged. "Could be. Technology's good enough now to fool you. I've heard about voice synthesis that can replicate anyone's voice, down to the tiniest inflection. Scary stuff." Her words sent a shiver down my spine. I'd suspected it, but hearing it aloud made it real. Someone was using advanced technology to trap people. And they had insider knowledge. How else could they know exactly which friends to mimic? "Have there been any incidents?" I asked quietly. She shook her head. "Not that I know of. At least, nothing confirmed. But people disappearing in locked rooms? That's the rumor." Locked rooms. The phrase echoed in my mind. I thought back to the East Wing, to the room, with its faint smell of dust and decays with keypad locks on the doors, rooms patients never left once inside. I had to find out more. Later that afternoon, I slipped away from the ward and made my way to the hospital security office. The hallways smelled faintly of bleach and old paper, the linoleum floor sticky in places from hurried mopping. I pressed my ear against the door, listening. Inside, the low murmur of voices, the clatter of keyboards. A man's voice, stern, clipped, cut through the quiet. "We've had several unauthorized entries to the East Wing over the past week. Access logs don't match up with keycards." My pulse quickened. I knocked softly. The room fell silent. A woman opened the door just a crack. "Security chief," I guessed. Her eyes were sharp, tired. "Can I help you?" she asked. "I'm investigating those calls. The ones that tell you to go to locked rooms," I said carefully. "Have you noticed anything unusual?" She hesitated, then stepped aside. "Come in. But keep your voice down." Inside, the walls were lined with monitors showing grainy footage from cameras all over the hospital. I caught glimpses of empty corridors, flickering lights, the occasional nurse passing by. We've been tracking strange activity, but nothing definitive. Someone's definitely been playing with the system, voice calls, keycard hacking, even door overrides. Whoever it is knows the hospital's layout better than most of the staff. I nodded, feeling a mix of dread and resolve. "Do you have access to the call logs?" I asked. "I think the caller's using synthesized voices." She pulled up a file on one of the screens. "Here. Listen." She hit play. A voice filled the room, soft and familiar. It was Sarah's voice, my closest friend, who worked nights in pediatrics. The tone was warm, inviting. "Hey, can you come here for a minute? I need your help." My stomach twisted. It was exactly like the calls from last night. "How is this possible?" I whispered. "We don't know," the security chief said. "But it's too precise to be coincidence." Her phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen, then frowned. Another call just came in. To room 214. East Wing. My breath caught. Room 214. That was the same hallway I'd been warned about. "Can I see the footage?" I asked. She nodded, pulling up cameras focused on the East Wing corridor. The screen showed an empty hallway, the flickering overhead lights casting long shadows. Then, the door to room 214 clicked open, swinging inward slowly. No one was visible. The door closed again a few moments later. The timestamp showed the event happened just minutes ago. "We need to get there," I said, grabbing my jacket. She hesitated. "It's risky. If this is the person behind the calls, they might still be inside." "I can't just wait," I said. "Someone might be trapped." The elevator ride felt endless, the soft ding of each floor echoing like a heartbeat through the cramped space. The hospital smelled different here, older, dustier, like a forgotten wing. The air was cooler, and I could hear the faint hum of machines somewhere down the hall. Room 214 loomed ahead, a pale gray door with a keypad beside it. The numbers were worn, fingerprints smudging the plastic. I reached out, my fingers trembling just a little, and pressed the code I'd overheard whispered by a nurse earlier, a code I shouldn't have known, but the hospital's secrets were leaking everywhere. The lock beeped and clicked. The door swung open. Inside, the room was empty except for a chair by the window and a small table cluttered with papers. The smell of stale coffee mixed with the hospital's antiseptic. I stepped inside slowly, ears straining for any sound. The door shut behind me with a soft thud. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a faint whisper came from the speaker on the wall. It was Sarah's voice again. "Thank you for coming," it said. "You're just in time." My hands clenched into fists. The voice was flawless, but it wasn't Sarah. The door's lock beeped once more. Locked. I was trapped. And whoever was out there was still waiting. The voice on the speaker didn't change, didn't waver. Sarah's voice, or an exact copy of it, echoed in the stale air of room 214. "Thank you for coming. You're just in time." The words felt like a trap closing around me, thick and suffocating. I wanted to say something, anything, but my mouth was dry, my tongue heavy. The chair by the window creaked as I shifted, rubbing the rough fabric between my fingers. The smell of stale coffee and antiseptic wrapped around me like a blanket too thin to keep out the cold. "Who is this?" My voice broke the silence, barely above a whisper. No answer. Just that perfect imitation of Sarah's calm tone, waiting. I pressed my ear closer to the speaker, trying to catch a clue, a slip, anything that could give away the voice's origin. It was too perfect, too controlled. Not Sarah. Not even close. A memory flashed, the nurse whispering the keypad code, the way the staff avoided certain hallways, the rumors I'd heard but dismissed. Someone knew everything about this place, from the inside out. Someone with access, with time and patience. I needed to get out. But the door was locked tight behind me. The keypad blinked red when I tried the code again. Whatever had let me in wasn't going to let me out so easily. My hands trembled as I pulled out my phone, fingers fumbling for the screen. No signal. Of course. The hospital's older wings were notorious for dead zones. I slid the phone back into my pocket. No one would hear me scream. Then, the speaker crackled again. Not Sarah this time. A new voice, deeper, colder, but still unmistakably human. You can't leave, and you won't. It wasn't a threat. It was a promise. I swallowed hard. My mind raced. If this was some sick game, who was playing? A patient? A staff member? Someone watching, controlling the hospital's hidden corridors and locked rooms like a puppeteer? The chair scraped against the floor as I stood, pacing the small space. I traced my fingers along the peeling paint on the walls, feeling every crack and bump. The air was colder here, like the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, was purposely kept free of warmth. A faint buzzing began, low and insistent, from somewhere beyond the walls. Machines? Or a speaker system running somewhere else? I pressed my ear to the door, listening. The hallway was empty. No footsteps, no voices, just the distant hum of hospital life continuing without me. I tried the code again. Nothing. The lock beeped angrily, refusing. Then a new message. This time, it was David's voice, my closest friend from the hospital staff, clear, precise, and just as synthetic as the others. You're safe. Just open the door. We need to talk. David's voice, too. That was the moment the cold dread settled in my stomach. The voices were designed to lure me, each one a thread in a web. I sank back into the chair, the cold plastic biting into my skin. The voices knew my friends. They knew me. They knew the hospital. And whoever this was had access to the internal communication systems, maybe even patient records. If the hospital staff were afraid to admit what was happening, maybe it was because they were trapped, too. I thought about calling security again, but without a signal or a working phone line, it was useless. And if the caller had insider knowledge, they might have disabled those systems deliberately. I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breath. A plan started to form, shaky but necessary. If I could find the speaker's source, maybe I could trace the call, find the person behind this. But first, I had to get out of this room. I examined the windows. They were sealed shut, heavy panes with no visible latches. The air smelled faintly of mold and dust, and the glass was cold beneath my fingertips. Behind me, the small table cluttered with papers caught my eye. I shuffled through them with trembling hands, charts, notes, scribbled phone numbers. One document had a staff roster with access codes written in the margins. I recognized some names, people I'd worked with, people who might be involved or victims themselves. One name stood out. Someone recently moved to this wing. No one had mentioned them before. A new technician, supposedly hired last month. I'd never met them. The buzzing grew louder, more insistent. The voices returned, one after another, layering over each other in a disorienting chorus of familiarity. Sarah's calm tone, David's gentle reassurance, even my own voice, distorted but recognizable. My head throbbed. The horror wasn't just the trap itself, it was the precision, the cold calculation behind it. Someone was watching me, playing me, using the people I trusted as bait. I stood suddenly, heart hammering, and scanned the room for anything else, anything I could use. Behind the chair, a faint outline in the wall caught my eye. A small vent, almost invisible, with a faint light flickering inside. The buzzing was louder there. I crouched, fingers trembling, and peered inside. A tiny camera. I could see the lens glinting, the faint red dot pulsing. They were watching me right now. My breath hitched. The realization hit like ice water. This wasn't just a trap for patients. It was a cage for anyone who knew too much. I had no way out. No allies. Only the voices of the missing, calling me deeper into the maze. A sudden noise from the hallway, a soft click, a distant shuffle made me freeze. The door handle rattled from the outside. Not the lock. They were coming. I backed away, heart thundering. The voices on the speaker switched to a single, calm tone, eerily familiar. Good. You're still here. We need to start. The door began to open, slow and deliberate. The light from the hallway spilled in, harsh and unforgiving. There was no turning back now. The door inched open, the gap widening slowly, as if whoever was on the other side wanted me to see them before stepping in. I didn't move. Couldn't. My hands refused to steady as the voice on the speaker shifted, slipping seamlessly into one I knew too well. You're still here. Good. We need to start. It was Sarah's voice, soft, patient, exactly how she sounded when she wanted to calm me down. But it wasn't Sarah. Not really. I swallowed, dry and bitter. The door pushed open another inch, then stopped. No footsteps. No shadow. Just that quiet, mechanical creak of the hinges. I forced my gaze away from the opening and crouched behind the chair again, heart hammering so loud I was certain it would betray me. I could see the camera lens inside the vent, the tiny red dot pulsing like a heartbeat. They were watching. Waiting. Why are you doing this? I whispered to the emptiness. My voice cracked, and the room swallowed it whole. The speaker crackled, then came the voice again, low, measured, unmistakably mine this time. Because you asked questions. Because you saw too much. That voice was not coming from a person, but from a machine that had learned me. Learned all of us. I pressed my back against the wall, the rough plaster biting into my skin through my thin shirt. The cold from the floor seeped up my legs. Panic was a slow burn now, not the sudden flare it had been before. This was calculated. Precise. They had planned this. The door moved again. A shadow appeared, slipping through the threshold just enough to see a pair of shoes, plain black sneakers, worn at the edges. No uniform. No badge. Just someone who knew the hospital well enough to avoid detection. I didn't have time to think. I didn't want to. I slipped out from behind the chair, every step deliberate, silent. The room was small, windowless, with that faint buzzing from the vent in the corner. A thin layer of dust covered the surfaces, untouched for who knew how long. The air tasted stale, like the room had been sealed off for years. The shoes were moving down the hallway. I followed, keeping to the shadows, ears straining for any hint of a voice or movement. The hospital was eerily quiet, the usual hum of night shift chatter replaced by an oppressive stillness. Somewhere in the distance, a machine beeped softly, steady and unchanging. I rounded a corner, heart slamming against my ribs. A door at the end of the hall locked, like all the others, but this one had a small keypad beside it. Whoever walked ahead paused, fingers flying over the numbers. The door clicked open. I hesitated. The voice on the speaker had said, "We need to start." What was about to begin? A flicker of doubt hit me. Maybe I should turn back. Maybe I should run. But the thought of going back to that small room with the camera in the vent felt like surrender. I swallowed the lump in my throat and edged closer. Inside was a narrow, dim space lined with filing cabinets and tangled wires. The air smelled of burnt plastic and mildew. A low hum came from a box in the corner, an old server, maybe? The shoes entered, and I caught the faintest glimpse of a hand pulling out a folder from the cabinet. I recognized the label, Patient Records, Confidential. My breath hitched. This wasn't random. Someone was digging through files, secret files. The same files that would explain who was behind the calls, the voice mimicry, the traps. Looking for something? I said, voice low but firm. The figure froze. Slowly turned. A man. Mid-30s. Clean-shaven, eyes sharp and cold. He smiled too quickly, too smoothly. You shouldn't be here, he said, voice calm but with an edge that made my skin crawl. Neither should you, I shot back, stepping out of the shadows. Who are you? What is this? He laughed, a soft sound that didn't reach his eyes. You've been asking the wrong questions, and now you're giving answers. But not the kind you want. I felt my knees weaken. Why mimic voices? Why trap people? He shrugged, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Control. Information. Fear. It's all connected. We have access to the hospital system's patient data, staff schedules, even voice patterns. It's not magic. It's technology, and you're standing in the middle of it. I ran my fingers through my hair, trying to make sense of it all. Who is we? His eyes narrowed. That's not your concern. What matters is that we keep things quiet. People like you, curious, nosy, disrupt the balance. You're a threat. The veins in my neck throbbed. I'm not afraid of you. He smiled again, slower this time. You should be. A sudden noise echoed down the corridor, a distant shout, muffled but urgent. The man's face tightened. They're coming, he said, nodding toward the door. You don't want to be here when they arrive. Who? I asked, but he was already moving toward the exit, leaving the folder behind. I grabbed it, heart racing. The papers inside were marked with patient names, dates, notes and handwriting that looked familiar, mine included. The more I flipped through, the clearer it became. This wasn't just about trapping patients. It was about controlling them, manipulating their treatment, silencing those who might expose the truth. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind me. I spun around, keys rattling in the lock. The man's voice came through the speaker again, distorted but chilling. You're in too deep now. No one's coming to save you. I pressed my hands against the door, the cold metal biting into my palms. My breath came out in ragged bursts. The folder slipped from my fingers, pages scattering across the floor like fallen leaves. Silence. Complete silence. Then, from the speaker, a new voice, soft, familiar, but twisted. Come find me, if you want to live. My heart lurched. It was David's voice. Or at least, it sounded exactly like his. I sank to the floor, the weight of the folder heavy in my lap. The hospital's walls seemed to close in, the fluorescent light flickering overhead like a dying pulse. No allies. No way out. Only the voices and the cold, calculated trap waiting for me to make the next move. I didn't know who was behind this. But I knew one thing for sure. If I followed the voice, I might never come back. The door remained locked behind me, cold metal pressing into my back. David's voice had faded from the speaker, replaced by silence so thick it pressed against my ears. I traced trembling fingers over the folder's cover, already crumpled from my grip. I was caught in a web I couldn't see, spun with threads of voices I trusted, voices that weren't real. I didn't move right away. My lungs shook as I tried to steady my breath, the air tasting metallic and bitter. The cold plaster wall behind me was rough against my skin, and I pressed my forehead to it, trying to gather what little calm I could. No one was coming. I knew that now. The staff had retreated into silence, their eyes avoiding mine when I asked questions yesterday. Fear had built a wall between us, thicker than any hospital door. I looked down at the folder again. Inside were notes, schedules, patient records. Everything pointed to someone on the inside, someone with knowledge, access, and the skill to imitate voices perfectly. Voice synthesis, they had said. Technology advanced enough to fool even the most attentive ear. But why? Why trap people like this? And who was the man behind the distorted speaker? I pressed my hand against the door again. No give. No way out. The hospital was a maze, and I was a rat caught in a trap. I had to get out. I had to warn someone. Hours later, or maybe it was the next morning, time had blurred. I found myself back in the staff lounge, the flicker of the old television casting a blue glow over empty coffee cups and discarded snack wrappers. I sat with my hands wrapped around a lukewarm mug, the bitterness of black coffee grounding me. The others were there too, though not as one. Nurse Patel sat in a corner, eyes fixed on her phone. Dr. Morales leaned against the counter, quiet. Even the janitor, usually chatty during the night shift, moved like a shadow, avoiding eye contact. I cleared my throat. We need to talk. About what's been happening. They all looked up, a brief spark of something, hope, fear in their eyes. Then it flickered away. About the calls? Patel's voice was low. Nobody wants to say it out loud. Not yet. I nodded, swallowing hard. I heard the voice. David's voice. But it wasn't him. Someone's using technology to trick us. To lock people away. Morales rubbed his temple. I've seen it too. Patients disappearing, staff avoiding certain rooms. But no one's filing reports. The administration doesn't want this getting out. They're worried about lawsuits, bad press. Which means they'd rather cover it up than fix it, I said, voice tight. But that just lets whoever this is keep going. There was silence. The kind that presses into your skin, thick and suffocating. Then Patel leaned forward, voice barely a whisper. There's more. The recordings, they're not just voices. They're tailored. Whoever this is, they know us. Our schedules, our quirks, even our relationships. I swallowed again, the weight of it settling like sediment in my chest. So it's someone who's been here a long time. Someone watching. Morales nodded slowly. Which means we're all at risk. The days that followed were a haze of whispered conversations and furtive glances. I found myself double-checking my phone, listening for the faintest hint of a familiar voice. Every call that came through made my skin crawl. One afternoon, Patel slipped a small USB drive into my hand. I hacked into the security logs, she said. Got footage from last week. Look at this. In the dim light of the break room, we watched grainy video of a figure moving through the halls, stopping at locked doors, tapping on panels, waiting. The figure was cloaked in a janitor's uniform, blending in with the night shift, unnoticed. It's him, I whispered. The man on the speaker. Patel nodded. And there's something else. The call records. They all come from an internal line. Someone's manipulating the hospital's own system. I clenched my fists. We have to tell someone. We tried, Morales said, voice hollow. But the higher-ups shut us down. Told us not to spread panic. I thought of David, trapped in that room, his voice used against me. Of the patients who'd vanished, the staff too scared to speak. Then, one night, the phone rang in the empty ward. My heart jumped. The caller ID was blank. I answered, voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. Who is this? A pause, then a voice, soft but unmistakable. It's me. Come find me. David's voice again. But this time, I didn't move. I didn't follow. I hung up. Weeks passed. The hospital shifted beneath the weight of unspoken fears. The janitor was transferred suddenly, without explanation. The call stopped, or at least, I didn't get any more. But the silence was different now. Heavier. Like a door closed and locked behind me. I kept the folder from that night, tucked away in my desk. Sometimes, when the hospital was quiet, I'd pull it out, run my fingers over the pages, trying to make sense of what had happened. I wasn't the same. I couldn't be. The voices had changed me, sharpened my instincts, twisted my trust. And yet, I still came to work. Still wore the same ID badge. Still walked these halls that had become both a refuge and a prison. I know the truth now. Some threats aren't visible. They don't leave marks or scars. They live in shadows, in whispers, in the spaces between the voices you trust. The hospital is full of them. And so am I. Sometimes, late at night, when the building is still and the lights flicker just so, I think I hear a voice calling my name. But I don't answer. Because some doors, once closed, should never be opened again.